Hey everybody, it's JJ and we're back again for another ASUS PC DIY stream. This time around, we're actually going to be changing things up. We're not ending the week up with a, of course, generalized PC DIY stream. We're actually going to be focusing all about X670E and, of course, the latest generation AMD Zen 4 series CPUs. So we've got actually a lot to talk about. We've actually got a massive show and we're going to try to see how much I can actually pack in here. Let's see who we have joining us here. We've got Michael joining us. We've got Paul joining us, Vitor, and we got Nelson joining us as well. So we've got quite a bit of people. Sumin, as always, fantastic to have you here. We've got Pidgey PCs also joining us. So fantastic. Thank you guys very much for joining us here on the stream. So we're going to be pretty much trying to pack in as much as we can here in terms of giving you guys as much insight in terms of kind of the board stack as they are. So if you guys have checked out, we of course already released first look previews on the boards, but here we're going to hopefully try to break things down in a really clear way about understanding essentially all the different motherboards that we're going to have offering in terms of X670E as well as X670. We'll also be talking about some boards that we didn't initially have first look previews on, such as the expanded range of ROG STRIX boards like the Dash F and the Dash A, which is a white, of course, ATX based board that I know a lot of people have been excited about. So we're going to essentially cover ROG CROSSHAIR series. We're going to cover ROG STRIX series. We're going to be covering the TUF Gaming series. We're going to talk about the Prime series. We're going to talk about the ProArt series. So we're going to cover all of those motherboards. We're actually also going to dive a little bit into X670 with giving you guys a little bit of visibility on the Dash P series, which I think are going to be a great option for those of you that are on a little bit of lower price point, but still want to adopt into the Zen 4 based platform, but at that lowest price point point in terms of adoption. So we'll be touching on that. And then beyond that, we'll also see about actually getting one of our test beds set up here, actually showing you some of the really cool stuff in terms of the ASUS AiOC technologies that we got for this generation, which is a first for AMD, making it a much more streamlined experience that if you want to take advantage of things like a dynamic OC switcher as well as PBO, we're making the process even simpler for you for this generation to allow you to get more performance. We'll actually talk about some cool options that we have in terms of kind of performance tuning that make things a little bit more streamlined for you. And then of course also just segmentation clarity, helping you understand what's the difference between TUF Gaming, what's the difference between ROG STRIX and TUF Gaming, what's the difference between ROG STRIX and ROG CROSSHAIR. So a lot of things to go ahead and jump into. So let's get ready to go ahead and kick things off here. Let's see, we've got some questions here. N Tucker's asking, when's the ProArt going to be released? In the not too distant future. Of course, we are already right now working and pushing those boards out, but you'll be seeing probably the ProArt a little bit later, probably within October in terms of the time frame. So I do have actually the board right here, so don't worry. We are going to be making sure to cover this guy in depth. It's a fantastic looking motherboard. I really love the design of the ProArt boards. It has that really kind of clean, refined design aesthetic that you expect from the ProArt series, with some nice subtle accents in terms of the gold finish that I think really kind of just take the kind of the look and feel a little bit to a kind of more professional kind of feel, right? So pretty sweet. So yeah, David's asking AiOC on AMD. That's right, AiOC is the first time now we're implementing. We've taken huge amounts of effort to be able to actually bring over some really interesting things on how AiOC is implemented, and really what it's going to come down to is actually making the curve optimization experience much easier. For those of you that were kind of challenged or kind of concerned by, like, I don't really understand the process of going in and applying a curve optimization table to per core to be able to maximize CPU performance, the great thing is now we're actually helping you to take it that much further by actually streamlining that process. So we are gonna get ready to jump around into that. Thank you so much for letting me know there on the audio. Let's go ahead and drop that out there, make it a little bit easier for you guys to listen to me here. I went ahead and actually also swapped out the mic. If everybody can just let me know if audio levels are sounding good there, then we are good to go. So let's get ready to go ahead and jump into it. Hey, Ethan, thanks so much for letting us know that we're doing good here on the stream as well. So let's get ready. Erica, thank you so much also for letting us know that the audio is good there too. So I think without further ado, let's go ahead and just get straight into it, guys. I'm going to give a little bit of a quick recap. I'm not going to spend too much time, I think, on the chipset side because I think that probably most of you are pretty familiar with, I think, understanding the platform, right, as a whole. But, you know, just for those of you that kind of maybe need a little bit of a kind of a refresher, let's go ahead and take a quick look at that for All right, so if we go ahead and take a look right here, this is actually the X670 block diagram. And so this is actually not the X670E, so I can bring up the X670E here in a little bit, but this is going to be pretty much representative of what you would kind of be accounting for. So the main thing, of course, is going to be support for 7000 series of CPU. So if anybody, of course, is coming from AM4, if you're running a Ryzen, of course, you know, 1600X, a 2600X, 3600X, 5600X, any one of those CPUs, those are all on the AM4 base socket. For this generation, for AM5, it's an entirely new socket, and of course, it's a new platform, so that means that there's no cross interoperability. So if you're interested in Zen 4, whether it's the 7600X, the 7700X, the 7900X, or the 750X, 7950X, those are all going to be specific to, of course, the AM5 platform. The other big update right here is, of course, is the implementation of DDR5. There's no DDR4 support on any one of the motherboards. This is really designed for the next generation of performance. DDR5 allows for greater efficiency, for greater bandwidth, and of course for much higher frequency scaling, and also critically higher density, right? You can achieve much higher density configurations. Right now, you know, most users are probably going to be adopting 32 to 64 gigabytes, but in the future, you'll even be able to have, you know, 120 gigabytes literally in 2 DIMMs, which is pretty crazy if you think about just kind of the density configurations you'll be able to have on a platform. So DDR5, of course, Ryzen 7000 series, and then, of course, PCI Gen 5 specification support that is going to exist not only for your PCI Express slots, but also PCI Express Gen 5 support for M.2 based SSDs. And that's the really big thing. While you see kind of just one X670 based chipset here, the important thing to keep about is actually when you're taking a look at an X670E based motherboard, you're actually kind of looking at 2 chipsets on the motherboard. That's what actually allows it to have so much flexibility in terms of the expansive number of PCI Express lanes that are afforded to the motherboard, so that if we want to have huge amounts of I/O and we want to have tons of M.2 slots and we want to have tons of PCIe expansion, that actually is able to maintain multiple PCI Express Gen 5, then actually that's the reason why we have 2 chipsets. This does increase the cost and the complexity of motherboard design, but when you really talk about the benefits for users that really want a huge level of flexibility in I/O, that's really one of the key benefits of what you're having when you go into X670E. USB 3.Gen 2, that's a great specification, but it's not necessarily something new. You did see that on sometimes prior platforms that it might have had to been added in, but it's still nice to know that you have essentially 20 gigabits USB right here. 2.5 gigabit LAN, that's not necessarily a required specification, but for us, that's nothing new. We've been offering that now for multiple generations, but if you're coming from an older motherboard, that's going to be a nice spec that you're pretty much going to see at a minimum 2.5 gigabit LAN. And same thing on the Wi-Fi side, pretty much everything is going to be, except for the most entry board, Wi-Fi 6, and then pretty much everything else is going to be Wi-Fi 6E, right? You still also have SATA support. And beyond that, another nice big update, of course, on the CPU side is going to be the implementation of Rdna Graphics. So that means that there's a graphics core built into the CPU. This is new for AMD, and I think the really cool benefit of that is, of course, you just have the flexibility that when you're setting up a system, if you want to run, directly from the motherboard, to be able to go ahead and make sure everything's running, as efficiently, as effectively as you can, right before you go ahead and put in your graphics card. It's just a nice streamlined experience. There is potentially maybe some improvements down the road, maybe with some offloading that could happen, as applications maybe support that. But overall, it's just nice to have that flexibility of onboard graphics, I think, from a debugging and kind of setup perspective, and as a fallback option is just a nice option. And also maybe for those of you that might not necessarily be focused on gaming, maybe you're not going to use a discrete graphics card and you're really going to be focusing on production and performance, because the reality is AM4, especially with something like a 5800 X3D, was outstanding for gaming performance. And so these parts definitely are going to offer great gaming performance, but they also really shine when you're talking about production or advanced workflows, right? So maybe you're not necessarily going to do that, and maybe you're really relying on the CPU's performance, and so you're just using that GPU on the CPU for display purposes, right? But you're really kind of leveraging that, and you're going to have more maybe storage expansion. Maybe you're going to put dual quad M.2 cards on 2 slots on the motherboard, so you can have 8 SSDs just in 2 add-in cards, and that's not even counting all the M.2 SSDs that you could put on the motherboard. So theoretically, you could have users that could have something like, what would that be? That would be 5 plus 8. So you would you'd have 13 M.2 SSD drives. Is that enough M.2 SSDs for you on X670E? That is, I think, a pretty crazy configuration in terms of what you're going to be looking at. So that's a quick recap in terms of the specifications there in terms of the overall chipset. So let me just quickly see if we got any quick questions that might kind of come up there. Hey, Sneff, happy to have you here. Hey, Christopher Jackson, happy to have you here as well. Thanks so much for joining us. So Mr. Cole Tux is asking, will current motherboards support 465 gigabytes when they come out? So this is actually one other thing that I did want to go ahead and touch on right before we start getting actually into the motherboard. So again, everybody that's interested in the motherboards, don't worry, we are going to be jumping into that quite shortly. But I do want to go ahead and bring up something else. So like we spent some time to try to explain, I think in Alder Lake and 12th Gen series CPUs, it's important to understand the IMC, or the memory controller, right? So we do have a new AMD memory controller that's present here, right, that's enabling DDR5 support. And as part of that, you also still are going to have an actually memory specification table that's important to keep in mind. So let's go ahead and just for reference, maybe bring up one of the CPUs. So here we've gone ahead and brought up the specifications for the Ryzen 9 7900X. If we scroll down right here, you're going to see that it supports 2 memory channels, right? So that is going to be essentially DDR5, right? So that's going to be in 2 DIMMs. But right here, this is going to be important. So if you see max memory, so there's always the official rated maximum specification that is afforded by the memory controller. The easiest way to kind of think about it when we're talking about this speed is that this speed is in relation to what AMD can 100% guarantee on every single CPU, right? Now, does that mean that speeds can be much faster? Of course. We have validated, 6,000, 62, 64, 6,600 MT, and even greater in terms of the actual memory. But the reality is that those are overclocked frequencies, okay? This is what is 100% guaranteed. And so when we're talking about what is called 1 slot per channel, 1 DIMM per channel, which would generally be 2 DIMMs that you would have on the motherboard, Okay, that is going to be that kind of 5200 MT, right? But when you move over into different configurations, especially generally what you would be shifting over into two slot per channel, 2 DIMM per channel, you'll see that you actually have a drop down to 3600 MT. And so what does that effectively mean? Well, the first and foremost important thing, right, is that generally when you go buy memory, so right here I've got some Kingston, right? There is actually some Micron-based memory. I just have some heat spreaders on it, right? Here we could have some, of course, some G-Skill. It doesn't matter. Most of almost all the kits on the market, probably almost 90% of all the kits on the market, if you were to go to newegg.com, you're not going to find one 4-DIMM enabled kit. They are all 2-DIMM enabled kits, whether it's AMD EXPO or whether it's Intel XMP based kits. Those kits are designed and validated for 2-DIMM based configurations. If you as a user decide you want to buy 4, you're effectively breaking the XMP or the EXPO design because you're attempting to force a configuration that was never validated. Now, does that mean that you might not be able to run it? Actually, no. We end up having to do work as a motherboard manufacturer to kind of put in auto rules and kind of tuning to attempt to accommodate this misconfiguration that sometimes users will attempt to put into a build. So let's say they go and they buy 2 kits of this and they populate this, and this is maybe a 6,000 kit. We are going to attempt to make that work by tuning certain parameters. But the reality is, as I showed you there with that table already tells us that the actual memory controller's performance will be lower, right, in that 2 slot per channel, 2 DIMM per channel configuration. This has always been the case. This is not new to DDR5. DDR4, it was exactly the same. DDR3, it was exactly the same. The only difference is DDR5's scaling is so good that we can literally have, speeds from 48 to 52 to 56 to 6,000, 62, 64, 66. We're going to have 7,000 MT kits that you can actually see now a greater delta of people wanting to get to higher speeds, because that's the really cool thing about DDR5, right? Along with a lot of efficiency improvements. So we'll talk a little bit more about this when we get to overclocking expectation, but overall I would say that it's fairly similar to Alder Lake in terms of what you can expect for 4-DIMM populations. That generally means that most users should be expecting that many CPUs, but not all, will probably be able to accommodate around, again, if we go back to this table, they will probably be able to accommodate somewhere about 52 to 5,600, and a smaller percentage can possibly maybe get a little bit higher to that, maybe 58 to maybe 6,000 MT. But again, that is going to be kind of a diminishing scale. So I always like to give the example, if you had like 10 CPUs, maybe 6 of those CPUs would be able to hit a certain target, 4 of those CPUs would hit a certain target versus 10 of those CPUs would hit another target, right? So keep that in mind. And we'll talk a little bit more about this when we get into overclocking, okay? But that's overall just a little bit of an expectation to give you some breakdown in that regard, okay? Let's just go quickly see if we have any quick questions that we've got right here before we get into that. All right. Paulo's asking us about EK. We are working with EK. Rest assured, I'm sure EK, when they're ready, will make some announcements, but we are going to continue to work with EK, Bits Power, Thermaltake, Vantex, many partners in terms of interoperability, compatibility for blocks, and whether or not you see more advanced things like monoblock designs, just make sure to keep it tuned over the coming weeks, okay? All right. Okay. Honest question, what... So Zambolis, before I go to the next point, honest question, what makes the boards with 4 slots? Well, it's part of the specification support, right? So again, it's not a question, the way you kind of think about it, that's like the same type of, I don't want to say argument, but it's the same type of question of saying, why would you have a motherboard with multiple PCI Express slots? Even though 90% of the market, 95% of the market uses one graphics card, why would we ever put more slots? Well, because potentially some users want to use more slots. Will you compromise certain experiences by sometimes adding in another card into a slot? Yes. It's just like DRAM. It's just about giving you flexibility. If you care about the best performance, then you should be focusing on 2 DIMM configurations, because that's what will give you the highest scaling. But maybe if you're a user, a very professional user, because we're not talking about gamers here, we're talking about really about professionals that would need 64, 128 gigabytes, 256 gigabytes of memory, right? In those scenarios, they need the density, and they're willing to offset the fact that they're going to lose frequency. And this is, again, this is nothing new. This is how, servers and workstations have worked. They don't even allow for overclocking DRAM because it's all about density and it's all about stability, right? All right, so let's get ready to go ahead and move, I think, into the next item right here. Let's actually get into the motherboards. We've got a lot to talk about here, so I'm going to go ahead and try to get through as much as I can here. So I think first and foremost, we do want to go ahead and start with the X670E, that's going to be this guy right here. So we've got the X670E Pro Wi-Fi. That is this board right here that's next to me. This is one of my actual favorite boards within the actual lineup. I think not only because it looks great, it's got this new space theme styling design, right? But in terms of the kind of the core of all features, functions, and specifications, it really does a great job to kind of give you just about everything you could really ask for, right? In terms of, you know, I/O, in terms of core PCIe expansion, M.2 expansion, the design aesthetic. It's a really well balanced spec. So, you know, it's not necessarily targeted towards a gamer. It's not necessarily targeted towards a creator. We really try to balance out the Prime series of just being a great foundational series for any type of user. So if you're a gamer, if you're a content creator, if you're a hybrid user, if you're into science and simulation, productivity, it doesn't matter. The Prime series is really kind of just a great choice that if you're interested in building an AM5 based platform, it's a great way to kind of start up from. And so we're going to start first with the Prime. We're then going to we're going to go into the ProArt, and then we're going to end out the show in terms of kind of the other series where we'll go to TUF Gaming, we'll go ROG STRIX, and then we'll finish things out with the ROG CROSSHAIR series, right? So we'll kind of go in that kind of hierarchy to keep moving up the product stack. And then once we cover the boards, well, like I said, we'll dive into some of the overclocking based pieces, okay? So let me go ahead and get just some of my images loaded up here so that we can go ahead and take a closer look. We are going to go and also put this board up here on the secondary cam as well. So give me 1 second here, but I'm going to go ahead and bring up my images and we'll get this ready here. So give me 1 second. And prime. Okay, here we go. Very cool. All right, and I've got, I think, images right here. Okay, perfect. And the other thing to keep in mind too is that we will have two other boards, and actually let me go ahead and just bring those up for you quickly just before we start getting into this, just so in case anybody is wondering. We will also have, in addition to this X670E Pro board, we're also going to have a board positioned below that, which will be the X670 Wi-Fi, which will be $289. So that's quite a bit of a nice price savings right there. And then we'll actually even have a non-Wi-Fi based version, which will drop down to $269. So you actually have three different options that exist within the Prime series. So I'm going to actually show you all three of them so you can kind of get a sense of just what each one of the respective boards look like in that regard. They're going to look fairly similar, but you definitely will see a difference in terms of the overall ID design, okay? So let me go ahead and just bring that one up. Get this one up here, Prime, and then we'll also bring up the non-Wi-Fi. Although the non-Wi-Fi, it's going to kind of be pretty evident in terms of how it looks, right? So let's go ahead and get these three here. There we go. Okay, great. We got one there. We have the second there, and then we'll bring up the Pro right here. Okay, perfect. Okay, there we go. So here you can see right here, this is the stack as you kind of want to break it, if you want to break it down from that perspective. So here you're going to see you've got the -E Pro Wi-Fi. Here you've got the -P Wi-Fi. And then here you have just the -P. And so you'll see that they all still maintain kind of the space theme styling design that you're going to have on there, right? They're all still DDR5 based SKUs. They all still have high quality power stage based power delivery designs on them. They all still have 2-stage heatsink based design. So that means that if we take a closer look here in the heatsink assembly design, you're still making full contact with all the power stages with the inductors, right? The chokes that are on the motherboard right there. You'll see, we'll spend a little bit of time to talk about these in a little bit, right? But the kind of the biggest differences you'll start to see is going to be the number of M.2 drives that are going to be able to be populated on the board, as well as the heatsink configuration, where you'll see right here on the Prime series, you actually have up to 4 M.2 SSDs, but they all have heatsinks, where of course, if right here you check out the P, you've got one heatsink and then you have a secondary heatsink, but you'll see that you have then 2 slots right there that don't have heatsinks. And similarly, like right there, it's essentially the same right there, because the main difference between this model and this model is going to be the implementation for the Wi-Fi. But you can still see, like I said, large performant VRM heatsinks right there. And sorry, I had to change my image right there. And you know, you still also have a little bit of difference in terms of the power configuration. There you can see right here, this is going to be an 8-pin and 4-pin dual 8 pins. This is not a big factor. You know, I'll talk a bit about this as well. This is our ProCool power connector. We feature actually thicker pins that are in here. So the thicker pins actually provide us the benefit of actually thermal balancing and current balancing, as well as we also actually have a higher current rating and less impedance. And this is actually advantageous because what we also find is that when you heavily they load cables. Some cables actually have a little bit more margin in them than other, and they tend to heat up a bit more. Let's say they might be rated for 30 amps, but once you reach like 22, 24 amps or something like that, they start to actually get warmer than their actually rated specification should be, because they are supposed to be rated for 30. So actually going and attaching both of them allows for a better thermal distribution and an overall better balancing in terms of the power delivery when both are utilized. So this is actually why you'll see so many of the boards within our lineup. Traditionally in the past, you might have not necessarily seen like a dual connector, but this is why they all feature at least the ProCool power connector design and then dual 8-pin, or even here, like I said, on the P series, you're still getting an auxiliary connector. And keep in mind, even if it was only a single 8-pin connector, it would still be a higher performing than a standard 8-pin connector because of the solid pin design that is featured on the board, right? And then the other big difference here is if we take a look, he is going to be in the I/O. I'm going to actually get into the Pro here a little bit because I don't want to spend too much time here on those other boards, but just to give you a little bit of difference, again, you can see some of the differentiation, right? So you've got 4 ports right there and then 6 ports, and you're going to see that's the big thing right here, 3 USB Type-C ports that are on this motherboard, right? So that's going to be 4 and then 6. So that's going to be 10 ports on the rear already. You've got the display port, HDMI, 2.5 gig LAN, Wi-Fi 6E with Bluetooth, right? That's all there on the motherboard, along with the integrated I/O shield, where when you step down to the dash P, it's still quite good. You got 2, 4, and then 8, and then 10, but you'll see that's going to be a USB 2 that'll be present on the board. You still get the USB BIOS flashback, but there's a legacy PS2, HDMI, and DP, and then only 1 Type-C versus the 3 Type-C, right? And then you still have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth that is present on there, and that's effectively the same. It just does not have Wi-Fi that is present on the motherboard. So that just starts to give you a little bit of the difference between the two, but still, again, if you're just trying to build into Zen 4, fantastic option to be able to have solid DDR5 support, rich M.2 expansion, PCI Gen 5 specification support, right? And still very solid I/O specifications, right? So let's go ahead and keep moving this along and take a closer look again, look here at the board in terms of our specifications here. So give me 1 second. All right, so we'll go ahead and bring this one right up here. So we can take a look, right? And I already kind of ran through the I/O configuration, but when we're taking a look, you can actually see that the big thing I would be mindful of, right, is going to be that, of course, you get your standard USB 3 header that's going to be on there, right? USB-C and your legacy USB 3. But the big thing you're going to want to start to look at the boards as I break these down is going to be the PCIe and the M.2 expansion support. So we can see right here, we have PCI Gen 5 support that's going to be present, right, on that primary slot, right? And then you can also see right here that while you have M.2 and you have M.2, right, one right here and then another right here, this one is going to be PCI Express Gen 3. These are 2 PCI Express Gen 4, right? And then right here you have a PCI Express Gen 5, right? And so that is important to keep in mind, because when we start to then look at some of the higher end boards, what you're going to see is that you move up in terms of the specification support. So where this motherboard gives you 1 PCI Express Gen 5 M.2 base SSD, as we go to higher end boards, you might see 2 or even 3 PCI Express Gen 5 M.2 SSDs that can be supported. Now, some people might go, do I need that many? That's a question, right? This is a high-end chipset, and that's part of the value proposition of having 2 of those chipsets to be able to supply so many PCI Express lanes. So that is kind of what are those things that you would want to keep in mind. If you think you're somebody in a workflow or in a scenario that you really want that ultra high speed storage based experience, then that is where the value proposition will start to become more apparent as you move into, let's say, the ROG STRIX and the ROG CROSSHAIR series, or even the ProArt series. As we move up in the board stack, you'll start to see that there'll be more slots that are PCI Express Gen 5, also with more M.2 PCI Express Gen 5 slots. But right there, that's already quite high end, right? Even where it's just PCI Express Gen 5 for the PCI Express slot for your graphics card, and then also PCI Express Gen 5 for an M.2 base SSD. So you're already getting a fantastic experience for those 2 primary items. Keep in mind that right now, for the majority users too, they do not saturate PCI Express Gen 4 remotely when it comes to an overall drive experience. You know, you do get a bit better experience if you're doing more kind of production workflow, where you're doing kind of photography, you're doing large sequential based transfers. But if you're just talking about pure gaming, generally applications being patched or kind of game loads or things like that, the actual performance between a top-end drive and actually a mid-range drive and even an entry drive it's actually fairly similar. It's not massively different. Now, this might start to become more apparent once direct storage comes and Microsoft implements that. So that's in the not too distant future. And the minimum spec requirement for direct storage will be PCI Express Gen 4 based M.2 SSDs. And I'm sure probably the experience will even be better with PCI Express Gen 5 based M.2 SSDs. So just something to kind of keep in mind there, right? So we're going to go ahead and throw the board underneath the secondary cam here just to go ahead and take a little bit of a closer look. But I lastly also want to go ahead and touch again, just for a recap in terms of power delivery. We got a 14+2 power stage based design. These are our teamed power stages. So that means that they're essentially power stages that are working together to be able to provide us what's called better transient response. That's really designed for the architecture and for the high core count that we have and the dynamic kind of switching that happens when you're talking about the frequencies, when you're going from kind of light states to very heavy states in terms of lightly threaded to heavy multi-threaded based application use. 70 amp power stages. All of pretty much the boards you're looking at, there's no discrete MOSFET and drivers. They're all using power stages. So we get into the higher end boards, the power stages are going to be rated for just even higher levels of performance. This is another thing too, a lot of people don't realize we've really shifted away from boards having kind of entry-level PCB designs where you might have like a 4-layer or 6-layer board. Pretty much you're looking at 8-layer and then even more advanced versions of 8-layer boards, where like we'll talk about that in the Crosshair series, where the Crosshair series have a very specialized 8-layer PCB design, okay? And we'll talk about overclocking a little bit towards the end right here, but let's take a closer look at the board right here. And also I'm going to drop into the comment section and see, you know, what questions we might have come in there in a little bit. Ethan's asking anything about RAID configurations. So yes, AMD is still supporting their AMD RAID kind of expert configuration. So you do have RAID support. As always, I'm cautionary in terms of recommending kind of RAID configurations for users, just because it leaves you in a more, I think, problematic configuration for a number of different reasons, right? So one, if one of the drives, of course, fails, you're immediately stuck. If you're running kind of a RAID 1, it's not necessarily always ideal, because I prefer a standardized backup, because you're immediately backing up the OS-based issue that you may have. So if you have like a bad update, a bad driver, an infection on your system, something that happens, you've immediately backed up that issue if you're running a RAID 1, as opposed to having a more controlled image-based backup. RAID 0s also can potentially sometimes be useful if you want to kind of combine storage space, but they can also be at a disadvantage because they may not optimally work with the way that the controller design is present on the M.2 SSD. And so you want to be very cautious in terms of that, is the actual workload or the workflow that you have actually advantageous to a RAID configuration. So I would always recommend first kind of trying out in a single volume before you move over into a RAID configuration. But AMD does allow for a RAID configuration to be set up. The last point that I'll make there also on RAID is keep in mind if there's a chipset level update that can sometimes update the RAID firmware for the motherboard, that can potentially break or cause an issue with your RAID array, which can be a little bit, of course, nerve-wracking if you've never backed anything up. And sometimes users, they make an update and they don't realize that it can affect that, and then all of a sudden they have a broken RAID array, and it can be a little bit more complex to then kind of address or deal with. So just kind of something to keep in mind there, right? So let's go ahead and get ready to throw this board here underneath here, and we're gonna take a look at the lighting zone that's present also on this board. Once I get it under this secondary cam, there's one lighting zone that's on the Prime series, and all the new boards compared to the prior generation boards are like what we've been doing on the Intel side. So that means that you do have 3 ARGB headers that are going to be on the motherboard, so that gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of ARGB lighting support, right? So you can, of course, put multiplexers on there, you know, in terms of like an ARGB splitter cable or an ARGB controller or something along those lines if you want that flexibility, right? All right, so let's go ahead and switch over here. We're going to take a closer look. Let's go ahead and tune that down just a smidge right there. All right, and hopefully everybody should be able to see that there pretty good. All right, very cool. And give me 1 second right here. And I'll go ahead and remove this banner just so you can kind of a little bit more clearly see the board right there, just from kind of top to bottom. And I think I can also, let me see if I can grab my little adapter here so I can actually show you guys the lighting design here. All right. All right, so you can see right here, that's the actual lighting design. It's very clean. It's very, very refined in terms of the overall kind of design aesthetic. You'll see right there in terms of just this top IO lighting zone. And then, of course, in terms of all the Rgb connectivity, you've got one header right there, right? And then down as you move Corsair on the board, you're also going to have all the way down here, you're going to have your other Rgb headers, right? So in total, the board has 3 Rgb headers. And then, of course, you're going to have your legacy 4-pin header that'll be on the board, right? Just some of the other kind of points there to just kind of touch on. Again, we already talked about the ProCool power connectors that are right there. In terms of the actual fan headers, you've got a nice set of fan headers. You got your AIO pump header, 2 CPU headers right there, and then you've got a multitude in terms of your chassis fan headers. You've got your CPU, CPU debug, DRAM debug, and then VGA debug, and then boot device debug LEDs that are built onto the motherboard. You've got your, of course, your Q release design. I think probably most of you are quite familiar with this function, but if somebody hasn't seen it and we want to go ahead and just show it to them, it's very straightforward, right? Again, we just install our graphics card. You want to be able to make sure to have a little bit of a easier experience. Normally, you might be limited in terms of pulling out the graphics card. It might be hard to access that. Just go ahead and just press that button, and then you can just pull the graphics card out, right? So that is new. We didn't used to offer the Q release design on the Prime series, so you now have the Q release design here on this Prime series based motherboard. Right. Another nice addition too is going to be here. You're going to have your actual clear CMOS. Normally we don't offer a clear CMOS on Prime series, but with this being a little bit higher end board and there being kind of some tuning configuration parameters you want to keep in mind, you are going to have the clear CMOS, and you're also going to have a power button. So those are physical switches that are right there on the motherboard as well for you. Okay. So that is going to be another point. You then have your primary PCI Gen 5 M.2 SSD heatsink. This big heatsink that you see is actually covering 2 chipsets. There's one chipset right here, and then there's another chipset right here. So there's no M.2 SSDs right here, then an M.2 SSD here, and then another M.2 base SSD there. So you've got tons of M.2s and on there. And I'm just going to go ahead and pull this back right here. I think probably everybody knows this, but in case we have somebody new that's joining us here on the stream that has not seen this design that we introduced a couple of generations ago, I'm just going to go ahead and show it off, right? But one, of course, we're still also doing what we've now done for a couple of generations. You see these are captive screws, so the screws, they won't fall out, so you don't have to worry about dropping them. You can see right there's your M.2 base SSD, and then if you were to install your M.2 base SSD, it's a very simple process in terms of installing it. You can literally just go ahead and angle in your drive and then just lock it into place, and then that's it. So really simple for the Q latch design. So all of these are going to have Q latch design. Now keep in mind here, we're going to be talking about when we get into the higher end boards that we'll talk about a dual heatsink design. And so one of the big differences will be that on the higher end motherboards, you'll have a heatsink not only on the top side, but also on the underside. So right here, some very large capacity drives, as you get into like 2 terabyte, 4 terabyte, 8 terabyte, and then future capacity M.2 SSDs, you're going to see that you have much more NAND on the front and the back. And so you may be in a situation when you want to have more cooling on the back and then also there on the front. And so that's a little bit of the difference that you're going to have between, let's say, like a Prime series, and then if you take a look at some of the ROG STRIX or some of the ROG CROSSHAIR boards, where you'll have dual contact or essentially M.2 backplate, like heatsink based designs on there, along with a top plate design. So you'll have essentially dual contact, right? And then you've maintained, of course, the design there that's present throughout. The Q latch design is on all the other M.2 slots that you have there. Moving over onto this side of the motherboard, you're also going to see your, of course, crystal sound isolated audio design that we have on the motherboard, which, of course, is isolated, helps to overall improve the overall audio quality, audio grade capacitors, and you have also a DTS audio suite, which is present here on the board. So that's going to be a nice touch as well. And what else do I think is probably relevant to you here? I think we talked a little bit about the I/O on the back of the board, but let me see if I can find it here. I do want to show you guys. There is going to be actually another feature right here. So let me see if I can find it quickly on the board, and I'll point it out to you right there. 1 second. Yeah, so it's right here. Okay, so just wanted to double check the location. So right here, There's also a water pump header. So normally we have a good amount of people that do water cooling on the Prime series, but you also have a water pump header, not just an AIO pump header. So if we went back over to the top here of the motherboard, one of these right here is an AIO pump header, and then the other two are for two CPU fans. So CPU fan 1 and CPU fan 2. So like if you had a tower heatsink, or if you had like a 240, 280 millimeter radiator setup, AIO cooler, and then you've got there the AIO pump. But down here, if you do custom water cooling, you've got a water pump header that's on the board. And keep in mind, in the chassis fan headers, you also can support multiplexing. So if you want to run like 2, 3, 4 fans from one single header, that's entirely an option that's available to you. This header right here also is a Thunderbolt header. So you can still add in the Thunderbolt expansion card if you do want to be able to support up to 40 gigabits and Thunderbolt on this motherboard as well. So that's quite a bit of specification support that'll be available to you, giving you a lot of flexibility. So that overall helps, I think, recap most of the key kind of hardware-centric design features that we have here on the board. And then just PCI slot layout, if you didn't see, right, one physical by 16, then you've got a by 4, and then you've got another physical by 16, but this will be a by 4, okay? And then this is also something you may not realize, but you have 3 internal USB 2 ports. A lot of times there's maybe only like 2, so just having a third one is nice if maybe you're going to run another maybe controller, or you're going to run some type of secondary device that internally requires a USB 2 header. It's nice that you have essentially up to 3. So again, you can see why I think I'm starting off with the Prime as I think being kind of a foundation, because pretty much as we move up, it's only going to generally get better in terms of the specification, although the TUF Gaming is similarly kind of spec'd, but it's a little bit spec'd differently, right? But you can see overall you've got a very strong foundation. And then SATA ports, I didn't count them, right, but you've got 2 right there, and then you've got 2 right there. So you got a total of 4, and then you've got 4 M.2 that are present on the motherboard. Okay, so let's go and now just talk a little bit about some of the supplemental features that are going to be on this motherboard in terms of the overclocking functionality. And I'm going to also take a look and see if anybody's got any questions on the Prime right now. All right, so give me 1 second to just move over on this guy right here really quick. All right. Okay, so we got our Prime board back up right there. All right, very cool. And let's see what questions might have come up right there. I know we talked about quite a bit in terms of those boards, but we still actually have a bit more to actually go ahead and touch on. So give me 1 second here. And again, for anybody that's wondering, this is the X670E Pro Wi-Fi. So let me see right there. Is the Q-latch available for other boards or sold as accessory? I need like 10 of them. No, so that Q-latch design, so I don't know if you're talking about the Q-latch. Q-latch is different than Q-release. So Q-release is the ejection button for the motherboard. That's physically required to be built onto the motherboard, right? And then the Q releases, which is the M.2 based design, excuse me, Q release is this physical button, and then Q latch is for the M.2 SSDs. Both of them are pretty much specific to the motherboard, so the motherboard has to have that feature built onto it. And it's something that we introduced first on Intel in kind of the Z690 era, and then now we've also have it on the Z790 era, and we then also implemented it on a couple of the X570 refreshes, and now of course on all the X670 based boards, it's now a feature in there as well, right? Okay. Let me just go ahead and see if there's any other questions right there. So why does it look like there's still a 12 volt? So yes, there is one essentially 4-pin. There's one 4-pin RGB, and then the 3 other are ARGB. And part of that is actually because of the way the controller works. So the controller that we have on there actually has one channel for that legacy ARGB implementation. So that's partly one. And then we also still have some users that sometimes maybe they have like a certain fan, or they have a certain configuration, maybe a chassis that's still using that. So that's part of the reason why. You know, towards the future, of course, we'll continue to do that. But keep in mind, you can easily run a multiplexer from the ARGB header. And so these are all second generated 2 headers, which means you have support for up to 500 LEDs. Now this gets a little bit tricky because the power consumption can vary between LEDs, but you can easily run, you know, 2, 3, 4 fans from one single header. So even though you have one header, that's really in reality more than enough that you need for a system if you were going to have somewhere between like 7 to, you know, maybe, you know, even 15 fans or something along those lines. So it's quite a little bit in terms of the overall flexibility. Okay. Let me just go ahead and see if there's any other kind of quick question right there that came up. Okay. All right. So I think we're okay there. So now I think the next thing to go ahead and touch on is going to be some of the overclocking based functionality. So one of the cool things that we have gone ahead and implemented here is actually going to be, give me 1 second here, guys. Let me see if I can readjust this quickly. Give me 1 second here. Okay. And yeah, there we go. And that's going to be, actually, I think we might have it on the page already. So if I can bring it up that way, might be a little bit easier. So give me 1 second here. So I think we might have the animation up for it that I can show you. But normally in the past, right, we haven't necessarily offered the kind of more, let's say, overclocking centric functionality. And now we actually do have that here on the Prime series. So you're going to see as a consistent option, you're going to have the dynamic OC switcher functionality, right, which will be inside of the UEFI environment. And then also our CoreFlex technology, which is brand new for Zen 4. And so the cool thing about this is that you're going to have an option that you can go in and you can enable AI optimized, right? And so historically in the past, this is kind of a little bit of a challenge. And when we get into the overclocking section to kind of go over this, you'll see actually how it works. But there's been kind of a lot of confusion. When you talk about kind of the default operating parameters on how you can do performance tuning, you have pure stock, right? After you have pure stock, you essentially, your next level would probably be some form of overclocking, like enabling EXPO or XMP for your DRAM, because technically that is also an overclock and it changes actually your warranty parameters as well from AMD. And then your next state is going to be PBO. So PBO is a little bit interesting because there's different options to PBO. You can just enable PBO, and then there's PBO with curve optimization, right? And there's also a legacy form of overclocking. With PBO, the main kind of thing that you're trying to target is you're trying to essentially tune the CPU to be a little bit more efficient at how it actually boosts and take advantage of the tuning parameters, the cooling performance that you have, along with that voltage tuning, so that you can increase the frequencies at different steps, right? And so this generally is going to help more in lightly threaded applications like in gaming, web browser, or more kind of, I said, as I noted, lightly threaded applications. The other option that you can always have done is what's called like an all-core or a per CCX based overclock. So instead of kind of trying to go for a little bit of overclock per each stage, you're going to kind of try to drive all of the cores at a similar frequency. So an example might be, let's say, trying to have everything run at like 5.0 or 5.1 gigahertz, right? And that might be beneficial sometimes in an all-core scenario, but maybe not beneficial within a game scenario. So the cool thing that we have here within the dynamic OC switcher technology is that we actually allow you to have both simultaneously. So there's an option that you can see right here that allows you to tune in based on the temperature and based on the current, because depending on the application, it has the ability to essentially ramp into a different mode. And so when it's more, there's essentially a higher temperature and higher current, we know that that's a multi-threaded application, so it can switch over into that operating mode. And then when it's in a lighter application, so let's say like you're gaming, you're web browsing, you're reading your email, whatever it might be, then it can shift into the other operating mode, which could be PBO. So you essentially get the best of both worlds. The other really cool thing too is I will show you that there's an option that we have built into the UEFI that is called a hairstis. This option actually allows you to control how quickly the ramping occurs. So how long the duration between each one of the states is present. So if you want it to be kind of very, very fast at responding, then it can be really quick. If you want it to be a little bit longer between the different states, then you can also adjust that. So there's a lot of cool granularity that we give you. But then the really nice thing is that in the past, users kind of might have gotten a little bit confused by going in there and not knowing what to set. But now you can just go in and you can do the enabling option here for the AiOC option, and it will automatically take care of that for you. So before in the past, we used to only offer dynamic OC switcher on our Crosshair Dark Hero and the Crosshair Extreme, and then the second generation X670E gaming board. But here, pretty much all the boards that I'm going to show you are going to offer this feature. So it's a really cool level of flexibility. The other new option that we have right here is going to be Core Flex, and Core Flex is really powerful. I'm sure some of you have kind of seen some discussion regarding Zen 4 and the power. And actually Zen 4 is very interesting in terms of how it works in terms of power. When you're talking about normal kind of gaming and general desktop use, the actual power envelope is quite good, and so is the temperature performance. But AMD has gone ahead and really maximized performance for this generation to really take advantage of all the thermal headroom. That's the reason why you see that not under gaming, but under, I would say either synthetic or very aggressive production workflows. So if somebody's doing like rendering or heavy multi-threaded, decompression, compression work or things like that, more production workflow, then that's where you'll see that quote unquote 95C. But the cool thing that we have with Core Flex is that we can go in and you can dial in parameters of how the system's working in relation to temperature, current, and voltage, right? And you can actually have it kind of boost and change its behavior at very light workloads. So if you can kind of spend some time to kind of evaluate how your system is working based on what you're doing, you can actually have it pump up and be a bit more aggressive within certain envelopes. So it's almost like kind of defining your own performance envelope, and it's quite powerful, this level of functionality. And again, we think that it shows our commitment to really giving users the most flexibility to get the most out of their systems. Now, we're not going to fully be able to go into it in this stream because we're going to actually reserve a dedicated stream to kind of talk fully in depth about the ASUS AiOC and the Core Flex and Dynamic OC switcher, but we will demo the AiOC portion at the end so you can kind of see how it works. But we'll stay tuned. If you're really interested in this, we'll have a little bit more of a deep dive. And also, if you're part of the PC DIY group, we'll definitely be getting into that, okay? So that is going to be Dynamic OC Switcher and Core Flex, which you get on this motherboard, okay? All right, so overall, that is going to be the Prime. Again, coming at $349. The only other thing to keep in mind here too is going to be the, I think, connectivity. As we get in through some of the core specifications on some of the boards, let me see if I can bring up that picture back up so that you can kind of just have this for reference, right? But I will show this to you quickly here. Right. So when we talk about the board in terms of its I/O specification, right? While you have your internal USB Type-C header here and you have your legacy header here, this is not a 20 gigabits connector. It's still a high-speed based connector, right? But it's not 20 gigabits. So on a higher end, some of the motherboards, you're going to hear me specifically say that this is a 20 gigabits or a USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2 base connector. What does that just mean? The main difference is if we go to kind of explaining this with your rear ports. Let me go ahead and just exit out here. If we take a look at your rear ports, these rear ports work at different speeds, right? So here you're going to see these are all 10 gigabit ports, and these are 5 gigabit ports, and then you even have a 20 gigabit port. So you have 5 gigabits, 10 gigabits, and 20 gigabits. Now, most of the devices you use, your keyboards, your mice, your headset, a printer, a scanner, so many devices, they only use usually USB 2 or very basic entry-level USB 3 5 gigabits based connection. Most users that have a 5 gigabits based device is probably like an external SSD of some type, and that's the vast majority of users. In our extensive polling, we've done thousands of users, and we found that the vast majority only use a 5 gigabit based device. So keep in mind, this is already 2 times faster than what most users have, and then this 20 gigabits is 4 times faster. So you could still put like a USB hub on there, split that out 4 ways, and still have 4 more 5 gigabit essentially kind of ports, right? And that's part of the reason why that internal connector, because it's a little bit more expensive to put in a 20 gigabit class connector on that Prime board. It's not 20 gigabits. So it's still a high speed based option, but this is again where you'll see a little bit of difference as we go into the higher boards. That's where there is going to be a difference. So just like we talked about more PCI Express Gen 5 slots, more PCI Express M.2 slots that are also Gen 5, you're also going to have even more high speed I/O, and you'll see that as we move up in the board stack. Okay. All right. So that overall, I think, takes care of the Prime board. And again, we have those 2 other models, right, where we're going to have the Dash P if you want to step down, 289, and then you can also step down to the Dash P non-Wi-Fi, which would be 269. Okay. So let me go ahead and just see right there. Leo is asking about the Loki. Don't worry about that. We've talked about it in the PC DIY group. Stay tuned. We'll probably have an announcement sometime in October as far as the overall time frame, right? Let me just see if there's any other questions right there that's kind of come up a little bit. No worries. I have not gone over to the extreme. I've just talked about the Prime. Next up, we're going to talk about the ProArt. We're then going to go into TUF Gaming, and then we're going to talk about ROG. Okay? Ominous Beef. I just recapped the price right there, right? So that is going to be, excuse me, $349. Okay. All right. So I think that's going to cover everything for the Prime. Let's get ready to talk about the ProArt, guys. Let me go ahead and grab that board. And actually, I'll do a little bit of a side-by-side first, I think, so just so you can kind of see it. I mean, I'll show it also in the images, but, you know, just if we want to kind of see a little bit there side-by-side. And we're going to switch over to the ProArt. So this is going to be the ProArt Creator Wi-Fi. This one will be going up to 500, essentially, for $499.99. And you'll see, of course, this is going to be a very different design aesthetic between the two. So here you've got your kind of classic white-based design, and then here, well, white and silver, this is our space-themed, and then this uses kind of our, what we call our monolithic design. So this is really kind of refined. It has these nice, clean, modern kind of edges. I think it almost has like a little bit of a gallery vibe sometimes to it in terms of a nice kind of production house or something along those lines. And I really love these kind of sharp angled lines, a little bit of this diffused smoked housing that we have on the IO shroud, and then the gold accents, right? So this is the ProArt, and this board and this kind of series, our overall kind of focus when we design and develop the ProArt is really for creative professionals, right? Or production workflows. So if you're doing photography, videography, animation, music production, right? Any one of those things. Of course, when you're talking about a high-end Zen 4 based platform, right? There's really nothing that you can't do. These CPUs are so performant. They really are going to be great for kind of just about every single type of scenario in terms of the overall kind of core experience. But we're going to go ahead and take a closer look at it right here. And give me 1 second. So I'm going to go ahead and get our ProArt loaded up here so we can take a look at it. And I think I've actually got a cool little video right here for this model that I can also go ahead and share with you guys. So give me a second here. And I didn't show it for the Prime. That's a bummer. I forgot. That's my fault. I wanted to actually show a little bit of this cool kind of footage that we had for each one of them, right? So here we got in terms of the ProArt Creator board. And I'm going to get ready to throw this one actually while you guys kind of check this out, and you can see a little bit of the ID design. I'm going to put this under the secondary camera. We can take a closer look at it, kind of go over its features, functions, and specifications on this one. So give me a second to go ahead and lay this board down here, and you guys can check out this board. So the big update that I think you're going to see on this model is going to be that it features USB 4, so 40 gigabits, and it's going to have dual LAN. And it's going to have more PCI Gen 5 expansion support. So that's really kind of going to be one of the big benefits of going over to the Creator series, is going to be its IO expansion, which is kind of really where the focus is with this ProArt because of the intended kind of usage target. Okay, I think we've got it kind of lined up right there. There you can see also kind of the nice design language that this board has in terms of its overall heatsink design. You'll see that it has a very little bit of a different kind of design aesthetic that we have right there, right? Will it play Age of Empires and Roller Coaster Tycoon? Definitely. If you're interested in that, then you're going to be good to go. Vitor's asking, is there going to be a ProArt Mini ITX version? No plans for a Mini ITX version right now. We have one Mini ITX version, which is going to be the ROG STRIX-I. There you can see already on the back, this is already the difference. You can see all the high-speed I/O. Those are all 10 gigabit pace ports, 40 gigabits that are also going to be on there, then 10 gig LAN and 2.5G LAN, right? So you can see how this really kind of steps up to an entirely different class in terms of the I/O specifications that we have on here, right? In terms of 10G devices, it really depends, right? I mean, most users that are generally using 10 gigabit, it's because either they're connecting two systems together or they're going to a 10G enabled switch to then go out to maybe something like a 10G NAS or some type of SAN kind of configuration. So that is overall going to be the Creator. So let me go ahead and now bring up our images right here. Again, fantastic looking board, right? I think in terms of that's overall kind of design aesthetic right there, right? So let's go ahead and take a look right here. And there we go. You can see the board. And so this is where I was talking about. Oh, sorry, that's my fault. Let me go ahead and actually share my secondary screen right there. So here you can see the board close up. You can see that nice, what I was showing there, right, with the little smoked housing. Same thing like before, right? So the dual Pro-Cool power connectors right there, no difference. High performance based VRM design that's also going to be on here. This is full power stages, right? Just like in the previous design, makes dual contact with not only the power stages, but all the inductors, right? 4 DIMMs. Now, I'm just going to try to spotlight in some of the things that are going to be a little bit more different right here. Of course, this is going to be going to USB 3.Gen 2 by 2. So that means you get the 20 gigabits that's going to be on this board versus the Prime, which was not 20 gigabits. You also see that there's a 6-pin power connector right here, and that's because there's supplemental power to give you 60 watts of actually quick charge 4+. So if you wanted like quick charge a Zenfone 9, an ROG Phone 6, a G14 laptop, you could do that through your front USB port, which is pretty awesome, right? The RGB connectivity is going to be the same, right? So there's going to be 3 RGB headers and 1 legacy 4-pin header. You have the same in terms of the fan connections, right? Where you have dual CPU fans, so CPU and CPOPT, and then you have the AIO pump. As we move down right there, you're going to see that you've got one fan header there, another fan header there, another fan header right there, and another fan header right there, and another fan header right there. That's a total of actually 5 fan headers. So there's 5 fan headers on the motherboard that you have present, right? Along with of course, the AIO pump that you have there, and your CPU essentially primary and your CPU optional. So tons of fan connectivity. You'll see, of course, M.2 heatsink, M.2 heatsink, and then another M.2 heatsink along with the chipset-based heatsink design there. The Crystal Sound isolated audio design, which is fairly similar to the Prime series. 3 internal USB 2 ports, and then 4 right there for your SATA. So 2 SATA and 2 SATA. And then your legacy also USB 3. But the difference here though is going to be in this slot layout configuration. So you'll see right here, this is actually going to be a dual physical by 16, and it will support electrical by 16. And then this slot could also support actually electrical by 8. So you actually have dual PCI Express Gen 5 support, and then another physical by 16 down at the bottom. Let me see if I actually have the breakdown chart for this one. So give me 1 second here. If I do have it, I will go ahead and show it to you. So 1 second here. If I have it, give me 1 second. Okay, I do. I have it right there. All right, so here's a little bit of a quick breakdown. This is similar to kind of what we showed right here, right, for the Prime. So when you take a look again at this board, right, the upgrade you'll see is that here you have dual PCI Express Gen 5. And so the dual PCI Express Gen 5, even though you're not necessarily looking at people that are running multi-GPU configurations, why would you run that type of setup? The main benefit would again be for generally high performance add-in cards. So this could be like a quad gigabit Ethernet card. It could be a specialized acceleration type of card. It could be dual GPUs for maybe compute or acceleration based purposes, or you could even put in something like a Hyper M.2 expansion card. So a Hyper M.2 expansion card, we produce one and it supports 4 other M.2 SSDs. So you could actually take, for instance, have 4 M.2 SSDs, plus you've got also the 4 M.2 SSDs that you could support there. So this motherboard, you could run 8 M.2 SSDs on this motherboard, right? So a lot of M.2 expansion support by having that secondary slot that supports high speed and also supports PCI bifurcation support, right? You also see right here that primary is PCI Gen 5 by 4, right? Which would be expected. And then right here, you can also see M.2. The other M.2 is also PCI Gen 5. So remember on the Prime series, you only had one M.2 that was PCI Gen 5, but now you've got actually 2. The primary right here, and then another that's PCI Gen 5, and then you've got your PCI Gen 4 by 4, and then your PCI Gen 4 by 4. So 2 Gen 5, 2 Gen 4, right? The rest is fairly straightforward. The I/O though is going to be where there's a big difference. So you can see here you have 4 ports, that's 8 ports, and then you've got 10 ports, and then technically you have a USB 2, so that's 11 ports that are on the rear. But consider the speed here, right? So these are all 10 gigabit ports, so there's no 5 gigabits, and then you've got USB 4, so you've got 40 gigabit ports that are present on there, and then you have a 20 gigabit port. So you've got 10 gigabits, 20 gigabits, and 40 gigabits. 10 gigabit LAN, 2.5 gigabit LAN, and you also have DP in, so if you want to run a higher end graphics card, use the DisplayPort in to then run over the USB 4 to essentially kind of have like a Thunderbolt pass-through type experience, then this board would be able to enable that. So if you then even wanted to run that to like one of our Thunderbolt enabled monitors or USB-C enabled ProArt monitors, then you could see how you could kind of all tie this together in terms of that experience. So that is really where you see kind of the core difference in terms of the ProArt series based motherboard compared to compared to the Prime series, right? Another difference, this board also will just be just like the other one, where it will support the dynamic OC switcher, and you will also have the Core Flex technology. So even though this is a ProArt based motherboard, you can still have overclocking support for the DRAM. You still have DOCP and XMP support. You have EXPO support for the memory. You have dynamic OC switcher, and you have Ryzen Core Flex, and you have the manual per core overclocking support that's available to you. We didn't talk about this on the Prime board, but it is also on the Prime board, where this board also supports our AI Cooling 2 technology. This is the new iteration that we have for this generation, and it's quite intelligent. Essentially, you will just go into the software, you click a button, it will run about a 1 minute stress test on your system that will automatically calibrate and set your fans to be able to have a cool and quiet targeted operating curve. You don't even have to go in and define the fan curve or do anything. It'll work automatically to respond and adjust based on your system's loads to be very quiet, very effective at the cooling experience. The only thing you have to keep in mind is that all the fans do have to be connected to fan headers. So if you want to go with you want to go with a proprietary type of cooling configuration, like you want to use somebody's fans that go through like a fan controller, it can't use AI cooling because the motherboard has to be able to enable this. The cool functionality about this though is that it works at a low level and it's just streamlined. You don't have to do anything. Now, if you still want control to do things yourself, you can entirely do it. You can go in and set a custom fan curve. You could have it your fan curve based from the GPU temperature if you wanted to do that. So you've got a lot of flexibility in terms of how you can define the fan curve information, and that is all within the Armoury Crate software for this generation. We've streamlined it to even make it simpler and more straightforward. So really, really nice and convenient. And the Prime board, specifically the Dash Pro, does also support the AI cooling technology as well. So you have both items that are available to you. All right. And the last thing that I want to touch on here on the Creator board, and then I'm going to see if anybody's got any questions right here, is going to be the ASUS Control Center Express technology. This is pretty cool. The easiest way to kind of think about this is it's kind of like an out-of-band management type of option. Essentially, you can have kind of remote access to the motherboard on a low level. You can actually see its operating specifications, so you can see kind of the load, you can see the temperature, you can actually do updating to the motherboard. So imagine if like you left your system running, it was running on a task, you wanted to go have lunch, and you could actually check in on your system and you could see how your system is working. It's all done through a responsive web page interface. There's no apps or anything like that to use. You can directly dial in, have access to the actual system, and be able to kind of benefit from that remote monitoring experience. So that is a pretty robust level of functionality. Normally you don't see that except on, let's say, boards that would be more in line for like a server workstation series. So this is a feature that we've actually brought over from our server and workstation series and put this within the ProArt series. Okay. Is there anything else that I missed there? I think in terms of that, anything that's going to be important. I think let's go back here. Oh, okay, I know. Just quickly talk about right here. So give me a second. We head back over to the board right there. I did want to go ahead and touch on, if I didn't note it, right, the power delivery design on this one is a 16+2 configuration. So 16+2 configuration on the board in terms of the overall power delivery. So still quite good in terms of the overall core specifications. So you don't have to worry about the kind of the power delivery spec in that regard. So you're going to be very good in that respect. And then this board also still right here, you can see has the Q release design. So you still also have the Q release design on that motherboard as well. And the power stages on this one are going to be upgraded. So the power stages underneath here, they actually go, and they're same like the Pro board, where they're SPS. So they're smart power stages, not just traditional Dr. Moss type power stages, which the Dash P Wi-Fi and the Dash P are Dr. Moss 60 amp power stages, while on the Pro it's a 14+2. On this one it's a 16+2, and these are SPS based power stages. Okay. All right. And this one not only has a Q release, but you also have the Q slot design, Q latch design on there for your M.2 based SSDs on this board as well. Okay. And I think I can actually show you right here. Let me show you just quickly on this one. where if you guys remember, I showed you guys where I was talking about that rear heatsink design. This one, I believe, has one M.2 heatsink, which is for the primary. Well, let me just show you kind of what that design looks like there. And you'll see right there what I was talking about, right? So one M.2 heatsink, then there's a thermal pad, and then here on the back, you'll also see that there's a thermal pad, and there's actually another heatsink on the back. So it's making contact with the front and with the back, and then you still have that same kind of a Q-release design right there, right? So, excuse me, Q-latch design. So you would still install the M.2 SSD, pretty much the same, but you're going to have that backside contact dissipation and then the top side dissipation. Okay, so that is the X670E Creator Wi-Fi. We're now going to get ready to go into the TUF Gaming series. So we're going to start now actually on the gaming lineup. But let me go ahead and quickly double check and see if we've got any questions that might have come up there for specifically for the Creator board. And I'm also going to grab my TUF Gaming motherboard here. I really like the way the TUF Gaming board looks this generation too. Okay. Michael Wolf says that 10 gigabit is the key feature for me. Yeah, if you want 10 gigabit, this is going to be a great choice for you. Although keep in mind, you could easily add 10 gigabit to any of the other motherboards. You know, we have 10 gigabit add-in cards. So, you know, you could easily add 10 gigabit to the Pro or to, you know, the Dash P, and it would be less than this. So if it's just 10 gigabit, this is a great option because it does come included with 10 gigabit, but you don't have to go to the ProArt just to be able to get 10 gigabit, right? I think it's also taking a look at the other aspects, such as the additional PCIe expansion for the slots, the M.2 support for that secondary PCI Express Gen 5, right? The 40 gigabits, the out-of-band management, right? Those are all kind of other items right there, right? Somebody's asking about no internal buttons on the ProArt, and that's just because the segmentation doesn't use it, right? We generally find these users, they're not using this, right? And buttons really have zero value once you put them inside of a chassis. You don't use your buttons. You're going to use the power button that's physically on your chassis, right? So you still do have the diagnostic LEDs, so you still have the QLED diagnostic system, so that is still on that motherboard right there. Sumin says, I have the ProArt Creator Z690, and I love it. Very high-class design. Fantastic, man. Thank you so much for that. Just go ahead and see if there's anything else that might work in there. Kenneth Ho is saying, are the USB ports Thunderbolt compatible? Yes, so you do have Thunderbolt interoperability and compatibility in that regard, okay? Okay, I think that should probably be, I don't think I see any other questions that might have come up in there. If somebody else has another one. So somebody's asking, hey JJ, is the AiO pump header on the Pro really only 12 watt? Usually those headers are, actually 12 watt is usually the actual core specification standard that we have present in terms of the actual wattage output support, right? You know, if you talk about actually kind of the requirement to have that higher, right, we generally have found that it's not been really a kind of requirement or a need in that regard, right? If you're seeing that there's a specific kind of scenario or kind of requirement that would be facilitating that need, then, you know, definitely feel free and kind of let us know. You can also email me at pcdiy@asus.com if you have found kind of some scenario workflow that you're seeing that the output amperage and the wattage support that we have in terms of the header configurations don't work well, right? But this has pretty much been maintained for the last few generations, and, you know, there generally hasn't been any issues in that regard, right? How do the heat sinks on the ProArt board compare to the gaming boards? Overall, you don't have to be worried, I would say, in that regard. You can feel very confident and comfortable in it. When we actually do our thermal analysis, here actually, the ProArt boards actually have to go through a very extensive aging test. So the actual aging test, this is to give you some reference. It's 45°C in terms of the ambient temperature chambers that it goes into, 80% relative humidity, and then it has to meet that 168 hours aging test, right? So the board has to pass the stability testing within that environment, right? And we do a lot of permutations in that regard. So overall, again, the components that you have on there are not only very high performant and have a good amount of thermal efficiency in themselves. Like, to be honest, you could run these power components without any heatsink and the board would still be stable. So the heatsinks there are just to help to aid in terms of offering some additional thermal dissipation to add to a degree some of the aesthetic functionality. But the parts themselves are already high performant, have a high threshold, and the power stage configuration that we also put on the board, part of the reason why we actually have a teamed power stage configuration, which is combining them together, is to allow for more what's called thermal balancing. So there's a better thermal distribution across the VRM assembly as it's saturated, okay? So you get kind of the balancing act of both. Pulling Ons is asking, did he start with the Crosshair series? I have not. I'm going to be getting into the Crosshair series in a little while. We're going to first actually now go into the TUF Gaming series. We're going to be rounding things out with the actual Crosshair series, okay? So no worries in that regard. Ask them to make a white version. We have no plans to make a white ProArt version, but we already showed you. We have the Prime-Pro, which is a fantastic white themed motherboard. And then we're also going to be showing you another white motherboard when we take a look at the ROG STRIX series of the motherboard, right? All right, so let's get ready to go ahead and jump into our next motherboard. Oh my goodness, I got too many motherboards and not enough places to put them, guys. So let's go ahead and get ready to check a look at the TUF Gaming series here. So give me 1 second to get the TUF Gaming board out here. And again, if anybody has any other questions I haven't gotten to, feel free to get your questions there when I can. This is going to be coming up here. This is going to be a massive heatsink. You'll see why that's relevant there in a little bit. It's going to be for the ROG STRIX series of motherboards, where we've got a massive heatsink design. Oh, you know what? I realize actually I don't think I have the TUF Gaming board, so I think I only have the images for the TUF Gaming motherboard. So I can't show you a close-up of that one, but that's okay. We can get everything covered there within the actual images that we have online. So give me 1 second to bring up the TUF Gaming. All right, so sorry. Here we go. TUF Gaming will be $329. So the TUF Gaming is actually kind of pretty similar to the Prime, right? Where the Prime's a little bit less expensive, $289, versus the TUF Gaming, which is going to be $329, right? And so if you're not familiar, right, TUF Gaming is going to be the entry into our gaming lineup, right? So we essentially have kind of a three kind of series strategy for our gaming series of motherboards, or kind of our enthusiast side on that side. So we have TUF Gaming makes up the good, then we have ROG STRIX, which makes up the better, and then we have ROG CROSSHAIR, which makes up our flagship, the actual best of the best. And I'm also going to spend some time here specifically to give you guys some context into understanding what is the difference between the different series and actually how they kind of compare to each other, because it's consistently one of the most frequent questions that I get from people is like, what's the difference? I don't understand what I go from TUF Gaming to ROG STRIX, right, or whatnot, or kind of that type of scenario. So hopefully you have a better understanding once I'm able to go through that. So let's go ahead and take a look here at the TUF Gaming board. So we've got a great looking aesthetic. This is actually going to be a brand new ID design for this generation. So you'll see that it features what we call our vector design language. You know, really the goal that we wanted to impart when you looked at this board right off the bat was to be able to have kind of a tough, quote unquote, look and feel, right? And that I think is definitely present. The vector design language I think looks really strong, really clean. It is a very minimal board. It's very monochrome in terms of its design aesthetic. There is a little bit of RGB lighting on the motherboard right there. It's not even enabled. It's pretty much a great build for if you just want to go all black, you don't want to have any lighting, but all the boards look great with lighting or no lighting. It doesn't matter whether you're Team RGB or no Team RGB. All the boards look great without lighting, and equally, they actually have some nice accents if you want to put lighting on them, right? You'll see the very nice high-performant base, again, VRM heatsinks. This is also going to have a very performant-based VRM design that's going to be on this motherboard as well. So you definitely don't have to be worried about this. Is a 14+2 based power stage implementation, 70 amps in terms of the actual in terms of those power stages that are going to be on there. You'll see, of course, the USB-C internal header right in there as well. Of course, same DDR5 as present on all the motherboards. You'll see heat sinks that are on all the M.2 slots. A little bit of kind of cool thing that you might be kind of wondering about right here on the design, it's kind of cool, is that actual is inspired by our headquarters building, one of our headquarters buildings in HQ. So that's a cool little kind of subtle thing that was done in the vector design language. I love the way that it kind of came out there. It looks pretty stylish, pretty clean. And you'll see pretty much you get almost all the slots there have M.2 based SSDs, heat sinks, right? Except for one, and that is going to kind of be one of the key differences. So let's go ahead and bring up our kind of master chart here. We'll take a closer look here at the board. All right, so here we can see we've got the TUF Gaming board, and taking a look at the rear, you can see you got, again, HDMI and DP because you have that integrated graphics support. You have 2, 4, 6, so that's 6, and then 10. So 10 USB ports that are all on here. Again, no USB 2 ports, 10 gigabits, and then you also have a 20 gigabit port, right? So you've got a good mix of 5 gigabit ports, 10 gigabit ports, and also that 20 gigabit port. 2.5G based networking, and Wi-Fi 6E. The TUF Gaming series does come with packet priority software as well as also a DTS audio suite, which aligns with the TUF Gaming audio design, Wi-Fi 6E that's going to be on there, and then you also have the USB BIOS flashback. Overall, very, very nice I/O, and this is actually quite a big upgrade compared to the TUF Gaming X670 series in terms of the level of I/O connectivity that you have present on the motherboard, right? One thing that you'll notice, though, is that the reason why the Prime is it's stacked a little bit differently is that this board does not have the actual Q release base mechanism. So for the PCI Express graphics card ejection, keep in mind it is not present on this board, so that is going to be a difference. 4 SATA ports that are going to be on there, 1 RGB lighting zone, and then in terms of the ARGB connectivity, it's the same 3 plus 1 legacy 4-pin that's on there. This one also does not have the 60-watt charging like the Creator board does, so keep in mind that's a difference. And then your internal USB Type-C that's present right there, all right, which is not 20 gigabits, and then your legacy USB 3 that's there, and then you still have your USB 3 internal 2 headers. S21220A audio codec, so it's pretty much the same as the Pro board, right? And then you can also see you've got 1 PCI Express by 16 Gen 5 slot that's on there, and then 1 M.2, which is PCI Express Gen 5, and then your 2 other ones, right, Gen 4, and then 1 Gen 3, okay? So again, remember, like on the Creator had dual PCI Express Gen 5 by 16 slots, right? And then it also had dual PCI Express Gen 5 M.2 slots on the motherboard. Let's take a look here at actually a little bit of a closer shot in terms of the board layout. So give me 1 second. Actually, right here, yes, got this. Should have the image here, right here for it. There we go. Okay, yep. All right, perfect. So here we go. And so if we go ahead and take a closer look, in terms of the fan headers, right, again, pretty standard, right? 2 CPU right there. You have the AIO pump, dual 8-pin with the ProCool power connectors that we already talked about. No difference right there. So you're going to have 1 chassis fan header, another chassis fan header right there, right? And then another chassis fan header right there on this board as well. Another chassis fan header. And this one, though, also does have a water pump header. So again, we do have some users that sometimes want to do water cooling. You do have the water pump header, and you also have the optional temp sensor. This board does also support the temperature input mapping for the GPU. So if you wanted to have your cooling respond to the PCI Express graphics card, then you could do that. So if you take, for instance, like you had your fans on your radiator, you wanted to have those be responding to when the GPU becomes under load, then you can do that. So you've got a lot of flexibility on how you want to kind of tweak and tune and tailor that in terms of your fan cooling control options, right? TUF Gaming isolated audio design, audio grade capacitors, S21220A audio codec, and then 4 SATA ports that are also on this motherboard. So pretty straightforward in that regard as far as all the key layout. And then this board also does have the Thunderbolt header on there also. So again, if you want to add 40 gigabits, you want to add Thunderbolt to this motherboard, you can add Thunderbolt to this motherboard via the Thunderbolt header that is on there. Okay. That I think is pretty much almost all the key items there for the TUF Gaming based motherboard. So I will see if anybody has any quick questions on the TUF Gaming based board. So give me 1 second here. See if anybody has any questions. I'm going to leave just that little video playing right there. Just make sure if anybody has any questions right there. So give me 1 second. And this board, if I didn't know, for the fan controls also, it does support the AI cooling technology on there as well. So somebody asking, I'm not sure if there's questions that seem to be about Thunderbolt, right, in terms of that, but the Thunderbolt add-in card, right, the Thunderbolt add-in card uses a specific chipset, and then because of the way that the controller works, it has to have actually that loopback cable that runs from the card to that specialized header that's on the board. So keep in mind that that is not just adding it into the slot, it does have to actually plug in there and then have to have the firmware level support. So that is going to be a specific aspect. Arrow's asking about next generation B6 series boards, B650 series boards. Make sure to keep it tuned. There will be a future announcement upcoming in October regarding that, okay? David's somebody saying except USB 4 is just takes Thunderbolt specification. There's actually still some technical differences between the way that Thunderbolt works in terms of bandwidth prioritization as well as also validation that actually works quite differently in terms of than USB 4. So keep in mind that while there is elements of interoperability and compatibility, they are actually still some distinct kind of differences in that regard, right? Okay. Janos is asking only one Ethernet. Yes, there's only one Ethernet on this board, right? The Creator had 2 Ethernet ports. Again, if you want 2 Ethernet though, you've got PCI Express slots on there, so you could easily add a 2.5 gig or a 10G LAN on the TUF Gaming motherboard if you felt that you wanted to be able to have access to a secondary NIC for whatever purpose, right? Scott saying, well, what's opinion on the Wi-Fi antennas? Actually, you really do want to use those Wi-Fi antennas. We actually spent a lot of time on the validation of that Wi-Fi antenna. We matched the actual DBI rating to the actual controller that we have on there. If sometimes you go with your own antennas, you could actually be offsetting to a different DBI rating, which could actually affect signal performance and the actual performance of the wireless controller. The new one has been specifically also matched to be a true what's called dual band based antenna design. Sometimes you can actually have antenna designs that might be only optimally suited for a single band. So it might be like 2.4 gigahertz or it could be 5 gigahertz, but it's not actually both. So ideally, if you kind of get a different antenna, you'd want to ideally match the same DBI rating, the same actually dual band specification support, right? And also the new version that we do have actually has a nice magnetic base to it. It's actually this one right here. It's quite nice. It's nice, agile, flexible. You can kind of, lay it down. You can, and it has a nice little magnetic base to it too. So, overall, I don't see any reason why not to use it. And you also do have to critically use that adapter if you also want to make sure to have a good Bluetooth experience as well, because the Bluetooth is actually taking advantage of that actual antenna as well. Okay. Mosh, okay, so before we go into the next board, we're going to talk about ROG STRIX, is saying, any chance of making a retro version of the Sabertooth? No, Sabertooth is gone. TUF Gaming, right, is an entirely new series, right? It's not been around for a few generations, right? And the prior generation, Sabertooth, was a model. It wasn't a series. Actually, the series was TUF. And then we had, actually, there was 3 potential models that were going to come out. There was the Griffin, the Aegeus, and then there was the Sabertooth. And the Sabertooth was predominantly the one that most people are familiar with. But we ended up closing that division because more people wanted more options in terms of having, I think, a more cost-aggressive type of offering that we had under the ROG lineup. So we ended up shifting that and kind of redesigning and developing the product stack to mirror the feedback that we had from the communities. Although in some ways, we took a lot of the kind of core features and some cool stuff that we did on the TUF line and the Sabertooth line and kind of brought it into other product lines as well, right? Okay, so let's get ready to, I guess, go into ROG STRIX. But before I get into ROG STRIX, I guess I do want to go ahead and touch on what's the difference? Like, why get an ROG STRIX board versus a TUF Gaming motherboard, right? So I think this is the first thing that we're going to go ahead and talk about here. So an ROG STRIX, we're actually going to have 4 motherboards. We will have the -E, the -F, the -A, and the -I. So 3 of those are going to be ATX, and 1 of those will be mini ITX, and 1 of those will also be white. Okay, so if you're a big fan in terms of white theme motherboards, then this is going to be something that is going to be definitely of interest to you. Okay, so if we go ahead and take a look right here, why choose the ROG STRIX series, right? So the first item right here is going to be, I think, ROG derived features and functions. So the ROG CROSSHAIR series is our flagship series, right? And we're always going to have the most innovation there in terms of specialized functions or features. So examples of this include everything from the clear Cmos button to the integrated IO shield to the Supreme FX audio design to dynamic OC switcher to differential DiSense monitoring. Almost every premier feature that we've ever designed and developed first came on our highest end ROG series of products. ROG Strix series generally will not feature those innovations off the bat, but they will generally get them kind of most close in terms of kind of maybe helping to bring down those features over time. So you get a benefit from that. So that's going to be, I think, one of the biggest factors. Secondary to that is going to be that they do always feature, if you're going to compare that to, let's say, like a Prime series or to a TUF Gaming series, they will feature a further upgraded VRM design with even a higher performing thermal solution. So what I mean by the thermal solution will be the heatsink assembly that's on there. It will generally be more dense, it will be larger, there'll probably maybe be a heat pipe configuration of some type, and the power stage and the power stage configuration will be higher. The PCIe specification generally will be a bit higher. It'll kind of be, it depends on the model, but you'll generally have a higher end PCIe spec on there. Generally, you will also see, compared to TUF Gaming, there will be more I/O, so physically there's more ports that'll be on the motherboard. Upgraded M.2 specification, again, that could be that there's more M.2 SSD support, and there's more M.2 features. This would include things like what I already talked about with like the M.2 heatsink, right, where you have the dual contact design. There could be even more advanced thermal heatsinks for the M.2 based SSDs. The audio will always be higher end. We feature our Supreme Effects audio design, which features a higher performing audio codec and a Savitech amp, along with a different audio suite. And then there's maybe more PC-centric design features, right? PCI-centric designs. So this could include everything from like debug LEDs to like clear CMOS buttons to kind of other more PCI-centric features. There's also a bit more RGB lighting. If you're an RGB fan, there's going to be more RGB lighting on the ROG Strix series. And there's also generally maybe more fan headers that are on there. So from the base perspective, this is kind of the base value of like when you're looking at, let's say, TUF Gaming to ROG Strix. ROG Strix is generally going to always offer these upgrades compared to a TUF Gaming series motherboard. But it's important to note, right, just because I'm talking about those upgrades doesn't mean that the ROG Strix series or the TUF Gaming series or the Prime series won't give you a stable, reliable experience. You could put a 7600X or you could put a 7950X in a Prime board, and it would offer you stable and reliable operation and a great experience, and the performance would almost essentially be parity. So it's not a question that you need to spend more to get more. You need to really spend more based on the features, functions, and specifications that you want, right? All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the Strix board. I think yes, I do have a Strix board, so let me go ahead and pull that out, and let me also I go ahead and show you one of the first boards here, and I guess we can go to, how should we stack this up? Maybe go entry to higher end. Yeah, so let's go with that, because you guys haven't seen the Dash A unless you've kind of looked it up yourself, right? So let's go ahead and look at the Dash A first. I think that makes sense, right? So we'll work our way up in terms of the boards in the Strix lineup, okay? All right, so here we go. Let's first take a look at the Dash A, and you'll see that really cool kind of clean design aesthetic. Oh, and I don't think I ended up bringing the Strix board out. I can go grab it if you guys really, really want me to grab it. I will grab it. I might do that in a moment, but let's actually, because it's the Dash E that I have, I'm going to go ahead and first show you guys the Dash A and the Dash F, and then the Dash I, and then I will go grab the Dash E. Okay. So, of course, you'll see that the big distinguishing element on the Dash A is that it's going to be the white series within the ROG Strix lineup. So it offers a really kind of clean design aesthetic that's bold and bright. I equally think the black looks also equally clean. So it's just more that it's bold and bright, and it offers more reflective surface for RGB lighting. And again, keep in mind all the kind of specs that I noted as far as that upgrade between TUF Gaming to ROG Strix, right? With more I/O, more PCI expansion, more PCI-centric features, right? The improved audio design, right, the higher performing VRM assembly. We're going to be touching on all those individual kind of elements as we take a look through there on the boards, right? And you'll see, yeah, pretty much most of the design features are going to be pretty comparable to, you know, what we've kind of already discussed right there. So there's not going to be a large variation in that regard. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up our images here for the Dash A, so I can go ahead and bring them up here. And one cool thing is actually, I'm going to first start off with one of the actual inbox images, because one of the cool things on this board is that it does come included with an extra thermal pad. So if you actually make upgrades over time to, you know, like M.2 SSD, you actually have an extra thermal pad that's inside the box, which is, I think, kind of cool. All right, so that shows you guys the Dash A right there. So let's go ahead and now take a closer look at this board, and we'll kind of move that along right there. Okay, give me 1 second here. Okay, so 16, this board, I think if I didn't note it right there, as you were taking a look at that little bit of the virtual tour right there, this is a 16+2 power stage design, so it's a higher end, right, than what we already talked about on terms of TUF Gaming. 70 amp based power stages that are going to be on there, dual contact based design, right, all straightforward. The cool thing right here that I just want to note on some of the items that you get additionally inside the box is you get the little kind of the keychain that comes in there, and an extra thermal pad. So the extra thermal pad is just, like I said, sometimes users make like an upgrade to the M.2 SSD, maybe they tear the thermal pad or something like that, you're going to get a second one inside the box. It's small, but I wanted to note it just because it is a little bit of a premium kind of benefit when you're kind of taking a look at the boards, right, from that perspective, right? So there is the board, kind of close up, has that great kind of design aesthetic. When we talk about all the connectors and everything, going to be very similar. This has what we call our acrylic RGB lighting display. So that's a single zone RGB lighting display. The same ProCool power connectors. You'll notice this is a little bit of a new thing. You might not even realize it, but we have actually little covers. So there's little covers that actually go on top of some of the headers right there. We added that in because we just found that sometimes some users would accidentally maybe bend these headers, and so this would sometimes help to protect them a little bit. And in some high humidity places, sometimes also the headers can get maybe some oxidation. So it's a little bit of a premium kind of touch to kind of add it right there, just to some of those headers, right? But still CPU, CPU OPT, the AIO pump. Then you've got your Corsair Q LED, debug LEDs, the same 4 headers that for RGB, so 3 ARGB and then 1 classic legacy RGB, right? That's there. And then chassis fan headers, there's actually 5 fan headers, so there's more than in some of the prior boards, right? So you actually see right here, that says chassis fan 5. That's because there's the CPU, CPU OPT, and then there's 5 chassis fan headers and the AIO pump header that is also on this motherboard. This one has the Q release design that is going to be present on there. 4 SATA ports that are going to be on there. 2 internal USB ports that are on there. The audio design is upgraded. This is the Savitech ALC 4080 with a Savitech amp, which is going to be a bit higher performing in terms of its overall audio specification performance compared to the audio design, take for instance, that we have on the Prime series or the ROG STRIX, or the TUF Gaming series, right? And then here, compared to like the TUF Gaming, you have heat sinks for every single drive, right? So 1 drive, and then there's the chipset, which covers both, and then you've got 2 drives that are right there. So you have full coverage to be able to have tons of M.2 SSD thermal dissipation performance across the board right there. So no issues in that regard. This board also, down here, it does also have the Thunderbolt header. So again, if you want to add the Thunderbolt expansion card, you do have the Thunderbolt expansion card available to you for the ROG Strix board. Okay, so let me go ahead and see if I can bring up one other thing here on this board. On the rear I/O, let's bring this up right here. So you can see in terms of the rear I/O, it's got a lot going on here compared to the, let's say like the TUF Gaming series. So you've got 4 ports, then you have another 4 ports, so that's 8 ports. Then you have 10 ports, you have 12 ports. So you can see, compared to the other boards, okay, I had 10 ports, you have 12 ports, right? And these are all 10 gigabit ports. These are 2 USB 2 ports, and then you still have a 20 gigabits, right? So 1 5 gigabit, a lot more 10 gigabit ports, and then a 20 gigabit port. You'll also see this board does now, traditionally we haven't always offered this on the Dash A, so this is an upgrade, the clear CMOS on this motherboard. And then also then the USB BIOS flashback, 2.5 gigabit LAN, HDMI and DP, and then Wi-Fi 6E and Bluetooth and multi-channel audio with optical output. Okay, so again, the upgrades here is going to be more high-speed USB, right, with 10 gigabits, more ports, that clear CMOS, the 20 gigabits, right, and then from there, the optical output along with that improved audio design that you have there, okay? So that is going to be the ROG Strix dash A SKU. So if anybody has any questions there on the dash A, let me know before I get to the dash F, because like I said, we've got 4 boards there, so I don't want to spend too much time per every single one. I just want to kind of get the key specification difference so you have an understanding of how they kind of stack up between the between TUF Gaming and the ROG Strix series, okay? And if I didn't note it, just for kind of reference, again, on the Pci Slot Layout right there on that board, right? So that one is going to be, remember, you have one PCI Express by Gen 5 by 16, right? That's going to be available to you. And then you'll see your 4 M.2, right? So you have 2 PCI Express Gen 5, right? And then you've got 2 Gen 4. So if you remember, that's similar to the higher end ProArt Creator board, but like when we talked about, let's say on the Prime, you didn't have 2 PCI Express Gen 5. So again, this is that difference where as you kind of move up, right, you're going to get more expansion support, right? So PCI Express Gen 5 by 16, and then 2 PCI Express Gen 5 for M.2 based SSD support, okay? So that is going to be a critical item to keep in mind as we're moving our way up. This will become a feature, more of a feature differentiation. And this board also does similarly support the dynamic OC switcher and the Core Flex technology as well. So there's no difference in terms of them supporting that same functionality. Okay. Somebody's asking about, does M.2 share? So it all depends, right? You have a lot of PCI lanes because you have the dual chipset design, but you always want to look in your manual to see where they stack up in terms of whether there's going to be a cross utilization with a certain other device or a certain other bus. They get quite complex in terms of some of the permutation with some of the quick switches and some of the muxes that we have to have on the boards. So I can't go into that because literally it would take like 2 hours alone just to literally break down every board in the mux configurations that you might have on the permutations. So you just want to kind of break that. You want to take a look at that information there. Is this an DTX? No, we don't have any DTX based boards for this generation. Okay. PCB layers, yes, this is an 8-layer PCB on there. We'll actually talk about how there's a little bit of a difference as we get into the ROG CROSSHAIR series in terms of the 8-layer PCB. There will be some differences in that regard, but this is an 8-layer. All the ROG Strix boards are actually going to be 8-layer PCBs. Why no debug LED screen? Again, debugs for this segment, it's just not necessarily that kind of, I guess, useful, right? Generally, we find that the most people that usually do debug reference are going to be people that really spend a lot of time overclocking, which tends to be higher end in the board stack. So that's the reason why we have it in the Dash E. And then as you move into the ROG CROSSHAIR series, they all have debug code support. But all the motherboards do have the QLED diagnostic system. And still to kind of help to kind of streamline if a user runs into something, that's the reason why we also put the clear Cmos on this motherboard, right? Scott is asking, is there a DDR5 compatibility list? The QVLs are already up, but I wouldn't be really too concerned. The overall QVL compatibility is quite solid. It'll continue to, of course, mature and even get better through future MRC updates that are provided by AMD with their Agisa, and of course all the work that we'll do on our UEFI BIOS optimizations. My overall experience, I've tested quite a bit of permutations and had very good experience with G.Skill, Kingston, Team Group, Patriot, multiple memory partners. Haven't had any overall kind of core issues. The main factors is already what I talked about in the very beginning of the stream, which is understanding one DPC, one SPC versus two DPC, two SPC configurations, and also the IMC scaling consideration, which you would want to keep in mind, right? Ethan's asking about brackets. Brackets, actually, you don't have to worry about that pretty much in terms of interoperability. There's a little bit of a Z height difference between Zen 3 and Zen 4, but pretty much any of the standard AIO solutions will be interoperable. The only people that really have to worry about kind of potentially a new bracket would be if there's a specific Z height difference in height that's very aggressive, which you would want to check with your cooling manufacturer, but for the most part, this shouldn't be an issue. And then anybody doing a water block, because the way that the actual backplate and the bracket is affixed now for these motherboards, essentially that changes out the experience. So you pretty much have to have that new bracket and backplate design to align with the cooling solution, right? So that is something that you have to keep in mind there. Okay. All right. How many layers? I already noted that it's an 8-layer PCB. All right. So let's get ready to go to the next board. Let's talk about the ROG Strix-F. Okay, and if I missed any questions on the Dash A, feel free to go ahead and you know, just drop it in there, and I'll do my best to go ahead and get to it when I can. All right, so let's go over to the Dash F. All right, so here is the Dash F. So the Dash F is the next step up. So remember, the Dash A came in at $419, and this one is coming in at $449. Okay. So you'll see, of course, the ID design is going to be black, and this is going to be very monochrome, but it maintains the same type of RGB design there with the RGB in terms of the IO shroud, the acrylic design that we have present on there. Looks quite clean. Really love the design aesthetic for this board. And this, I think, for me, is maybe one of the best options, especially if you're kind of start stepping up into the higher end segmentation, 7700, 79, 7950. Then, of course, you know, you could definitely be looking at one of these in that regard, right, for this board, right? But again, any one of the boards that I've already talked about would make a great foundation for any one of the series CPUs, because the power delivery and the designs are not going to really be a limiting factor in that regard. So you don't have to be kind of concerned that one board is going to be more limited than another, right? So you'll actually notice there in the terms of the VRM heatsink, this is where there's a bit of an upgrade on the Dash F compared to the Dash A. One of the key kind of upgrades is going to be that this even has a, again, higher performing VRM heatsink design and overall power delivery implementation. So the Dash F is going to step you up to that 16+2 design, and then you're also going to have a 2-stage heatsink with a heat pipe. So the Dash A did not have a heat pipe. This one does step up to having a heat pipe based design. That USB port is also going to be a USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2. So that's a 20 gigabits USB-C port that is going to be on that motherboard. You'll also notice right there, it's our brand new design for the actual header on the internal legacy USB 3, where it's reinforced for better rigidity. And then you're also going to see dual USB-C, and then you're also going to have very rich I/O there that's going to be on the back for the Dash F. So that Dash F board is going to give you, again, actually a total of 3 USB-C, so an upgrade versus the Dash A, right? 20 gigabits and 10 gigabits that you're also going to get on that board. So I think for a lot of people, this one's going to be a great option. And you can see, of course, also in terms of the slot layout configuration, really, really nice in terms of the slot layout configuration. All right, so I think we can go ahead and bring up the Dash F board here. So give me 1 second here, and I will bring that up. And in case you were wondering, on that VRM design, right, when I talked about, somebody might have noticed, right, the Dash A's 16+2, and then I also said 16+2 here. They are similar, but they are different. The Dash F is a 90 amp power stages, and then for the Dash A, they are 70 amp based power stages. So there is a little bit of a difference in that regard between the two. So do keep that in mind. So while they seem similar, there is actually a difference in that respect, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and bring up just the image here for the, excuse me, for the Dash F. All right, so here we go. And I'll bring up an image at the end to kind of put them all side by side so you can check them out there, right there. But again, power delivery, teamed power stage design, no difference right there. 16+2. This is going to be, like I said, higher performing in terms of the power stages compared to the Dash A. Still the dual 8-pin ProCool power connectors, right? Dual CPU, the AIO pump, 3 headers right there, and also the QLED diagnostic, 5 fan headers that are on there. The big upgrade I would say is here is going to be that USB 20 gigabits that you have on there on the board, right? This one also, just like the others that we talked about, is also going to have the Thunderbolt header if you did want to add the Thunderbolt header on this board. And let me go ahead and see if we should have the I/O right here that we can take a look at. Here's the I/O. So DisplayPort HDMI, you got 8 ports right there, 2 ports right there, 10. So then you have 12. So 12 ports, but you can see you have 3 USB-C, 20 gigabits, right? And that clear CMOS as well, just like on the Dash A board, 2.5 gigabit LAN, Wi-Fi 6E and Bluetooth, and the optical audio out, right? And multi-channel line level audio. And these boards, just like the Dash A, anytime you move into the ROG Strix, now you have the full Sonic Studio 3 software suite, which is quite a bit more robust than the audio suite that we offer on the TUF Gaming motherboards. There's a lot of more options in terms of kind of a full multi-band EQ. There's virtual surround. You have AI noise canceling, which actually is pretty much on all the boards, right? But you have a much more rich kind of option, especially within profiling. If you want to set different audio parameters to different games, different applications, Sonic Studio is really good at being able to kind of give you different presets and different controls. So if you want to have your web browser have one audio preset, but then you want to have, let's say, Valorant or Destiny or Forza have a different preset, you could do that. There's a lot of kind of granularity and control that you can have in terms of the audio suite between the boards. Okay, so that is going to be the ROG Strix. Excuse me. Yeah, that's going to be the ROG Strix -F. And let me just go ahead and see if anybody has any questions on that one before we get into the -E. So the -E, I think, is going to be, I think, maybe one of the most popular, because we usually find that a lot of people that don't want to jump all the way up to the Hero, they consider the -E. And the -E has some very strong spec that you'll see actually differentiates it a bit more compared to, let's say, the A or the F. So there is going to be kind of an upgrade in that regard, right? So let me go ahead and just get that up there. And let me just see here, any questions on the -F? And actually, I guess I can leave that image up for it if we want to just leave that image up for it while I check on the questions. Sorry, I'm trying to check right here if there's any questions right there. Yes, I think 770. I'm not sure if somebody's asking about 120 gigabytes. I have tested 120 gigabytes on the boards. It works. 120 gigabytes if you want to run 120 gigabytes. Just keep in mind that 120 gigabytes, you're going to be running at a lower memory divider, right? So as long as you're running at a lower memory divider, 120 gigabytes, you're realistically going to be looking somewhere between 4,800 to maybe about 5,000 MT. I've tested a couple of IMCs on the strength. If you have a very good IMC, you can maybe get up to about 5,200 MT, but you're definitely going to be bringing that down, where, like I said, you could comfortably be running over 6,000 for the majority of IMCs, right? So just keep that in mind, right? I'm just going to say right there. This is not a new Magnus. I just was testing a different kind of mic setup and everything like that, so that's the reason why I didn't have the Magnus set up like I had before, okay? Okay, so Janos is asking, do any of these motherboards have built-in Bluetooth? All of them have built-in Bluetooth, so you don't have to worry about that. If you want Bluetooth functionality, they will all feature Bluetooth. All of the Wi-Fi controllers all feature a Bluetooth-based specification, so you're good to go in that regard, okay? Okay, all right, so I don't think that anybody has any other questions that exist there on the -F, so we're going to go ahead and get ready to go into the -E. Okay, so give me 1 second right here, and I'll see if I can go ahead and get the, oh, and in case I didn't know, right, the -F and the -A are the same in terms of the total Gen 5 drive support configuration, right? So it's 2 PCI Express Gen 5 drives in terms of M.2 based SSDs, and then 2 PCI Express Gen 4 drives, and then they both have one of the rear heatsink, so the dual heatsink design, just like what I originally showed, like on the Creator board. You're going to have essentially one rear M.2 based heatsink design, so they're going to be parity in that regard, okay? So give me a second. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can actually quickly grab the -E board, and I should have it over here, and we're going to go ahead and load up the little video for that one so you guys can check that one out too. So let's get ready to go into the -E. Okay, so here we go. This is going to be the -E right there. All right, so I'm gonna just give me a second, guys. I'm gonna see if I can quickly grab that board, and we'll see if I can go ahead and get that situated. So give me 1 second there. All right, guys. So I wasn't actually able to go ahead and bring that up, so we'll just go ahead and finish touring that one over in terms of just going over the key specs, just like we've run over for the rest of that one. So I'll just finish letting that kind of loop through again, so I can kind of use that as a reference there to be able to kind of catch on those things. So the Dash E, it's going to be, of course, the highest within the ROG STRIX base lineup in terms of the series of boards that we're going to have there. And the main benefit, again, you're going to be getting here as you move over into the Dash E is going to be the focus at higher specification-based support. So here, you're going to be getting, you can actually see it right there, which is going to be a really large M.2 based heatsink SSD that's going to be on there, which actually features a heat pipe. And part of the reason why is that when we're actually been doing our testing and our analysis, next generation PCI Express Gen 5 drives, here we're going to be talking that they're going to be over 10 gigabits, right? 10 gigabytes, 11 gigabytes, 12 gigabytes, maybe 13 gigabytes of sustained sequential based performance. Now, in the real world, that's generally not going to be a factor in terms of course, seeing those speeds. In reality, actually, normal usage, especially at the queue depth of 1, is going to be quite a bit more conservative and quite a bit lower. But, it's still, of course, having a very high performance based drive when you're pulling essentially a higher level of wattage as well from those drives. It's going to be important to be able to maintain the best performance. And so as we move into the higher end drives, that's going to kind of be one of the benefits, right? Is essentially just affording these to where you have higher performing based designs, right? So that is going to be one of the elements that you're going to have there on the Dash E is going to be that heatsink design, right? In addition to that, right, when we're also going to take a look at the rear connectors, this board is going to have 13 USB ports that is going to be on the rear. So it's going to have 10 gigabit ports, and then it's also going to have 20 gigabit ports, and it will also have that clear. It will have a clear CMOS. It'll actually have there. You can see the debug LED. So a lot of people that have been asking about the debug LED. This board is going to feature that debug LED that will be present on there. It'll have much more I/O connectivity that will be present on there. Most of the other items are going to be similar. It's the same RGB lighting zone there with that acrylic design that we have. Then you've got the 4 M.2 based SSD support that's going to be on here. This one also has the Thunderbolt header. In terms of the overall power delivery specification on the Dash E, it is going to be very high performance. It's a little bit of a step up from the prior, so that's an 18+2 teamed power stage configuration that's going to be on that model. So if you're kind of, again, looking for a little bit even higher performance, then that is going to be a benefit of that model, right? Is you're going to be stepping up to a higher spec. So the Dash E is 18+2, 110 amp power stages. The Dash F is going to be 16+2, 90 amp power stages, and the Dash A is going to be 16+2, 70 amp power stages. So all three of them high performance teamed power stages, right? But essentially Dash E is 110, 18, Dash F 16 is 90, and then the Dash A is 16 and 70. And these are all SPS based power stages, and they all feature our ProCool power connectors as well. And then on the rear there, you already saw 13 ports. We'll take a closer look at that. You also see right here, this is another addition. This is going to be an ultra large, massive secondary M.2 SSD heatsink. This is not the default heatsink. It doesn't come it's included inside the box, but it's not installed by default. So there's actually 2 heatsinks that come here. So again, if you're going to go with super high performance based drives, then that's where you're going to have a benefit. This board also has a little bit of a different configuration in terms of the way that the M.2 based SSDs are going to be set up here, right? So just kind of keep that in mind there. So you still have a total of 4 base drives in terms of what it can support, but there is a little bit of a difference in that configuration. Okay. And the also PCIe slots are going to be different on this one. The Dash E does have a different PCIe slot configuration. So let's go ahead and bring up the actual images here on the Dash E. And I'm going to also show you the first that kind of inside the box right here. So when you take a look here inside the box, you'll see that the Dash E, and here it has the default heatsink, but then it also comes with this really large, massive heatsink. So let me just pull back here and just show you how big this heatsink is for reference. This is the heatsink. It's huge. So this is that secondary heatsink that comes inside the box, right? For reference, this is a heatsink that's on an M.2 SSD right here. I don't know if you can. I'll put it under the second cam. You can probably see it a little bit closer. But like, here's a stick of memory with a heatsink on the memory, and you'll see it's like twice as thick. It's a very, very large, dense heatsink. So here you guys can see right here. This is the heatsink, and so this comes included in there. You can see right there. So here's like a stick of memory for a reference, and you can just see how much larger it is. Or here's again an M.2 SSD, a Gen 4 M.2 SSD with a very good heatsink. This is a Patriot VP series Gen 4, very, very fast drive, right? And you can see the M.2 heatsink versus the heatsink that is the supplemental heatsink. Now keep in mind, it already still comes with the heatsink inside the box that's already installed on the board, but this is the next generation kind of heatsink that we have in there that kind of just takes it to another level, right? Okay. So let's go back there to the images. So you get a large heatsink that's in there. You get the keychain, you get your little cable ties, which is a nice supplement, and you also get the ROG graphics card holder. So there's a little bit of a brace that also comes inside. So that comes in kind of as a premium that you also get on that board, right? So it does come with both of those items. So here, taking a closer look at the board, you'll see that it has that large primary heatsink, which is for the PCI Express Gen 5 M.2 base SSD with that heat pipe. You get the Q release, as I noted there, right? 18 plus 2, 110 amp power stages. It's very similar actually to the power delivery that's on the Hero. The Hero, though, is still higher end technically, and I'll talk about why it's higher end. Pro-Cool power connectors, debug LED that's on there, start button that's also on there. Same 5 fan headers that are on there, CPU, OPT, and CPU, AIO pump header. This is going to be at 20 gigabits. This is a reinforced USB 3 header that's on there. That's the reason why you see the little metal housing on there. Some people, it's because they would pull it off sometimes, so that's a little bit of a premium kind of design. And then also, this is very similar to the Creator board, where you'll see this is dual PCI Express Gen 5. So this is dual PCI Express Gen 5 that is on this motherboard. So keep that in mind. So you've got PCI Express Gen 5 here and PCI Express Gen 5 here. So again, if you wanted to run like a high-end PCI bifurcation, right, with something like a Hyper M.2 add-in card, you could do that within this slot, so you could even have more. So there is a little bit of a difference in terms of the configuration as well, in terms of the M.2, the Dash F had 2. This one's actually only 1 PCI Gen 5, but because we're giving you the 2 PCI Gen 5 for the graphics, just keep that in mind that that's a differential. So technically 4 drives can be supported here, but 1 is Gen 5, and then the rest are going to be Gen 4, but you get the secondary PCI Express Gen 5, which could also, like I said, be used for, M.2. Now, one other kind of upgrade that's also on here that I wanted to note, okay, you also get that Thunderbolt header just like all the other boards, is this little guy right here. This is the alteration mode switch. This is a pretty cool addition for this generation. The alteration mode switch is actually going to give you the ability to toggle between PCI Express speeds on the motherboard. Okay, so the cool thing about that is that if you're using maybe like a vertical cable, there's users that are in the past that essentially had an issue where sometimes they would have like a poor quality riser cable, or they have an issue and they would have to kind of remove the card, put it back in, switch in the UEFI, and then be able to have their system correctly post, right? Now you can actually toggle the board into a different PCI Express mode through that alteration mode switch. So you can go essentially from like PCI Express Gen 4 to PCI Express Gen 3 if you needed to kind of toggle out and be able to kind of troubleshoot or get the system posting correctly, depending on your riser cable and your GPU pairing configuration, whatever kind of might be, the situation, right? So that's just something to keep in mind, that there's a difference in that regard. Okay. All right. So are all the Strix have reinforced DDR slots? Yes, they actually all use a reinforced design mechanism. So if we actually take a look at the slots right here, you'll notice right here, these actually specialized pin. The slots are actually all produced using an advanced SMT production process, and then they actually do have a specialized bonding mechanism right here to reinforce them. So yes, in that regard, they are going to be reinforced in that way. Can we also take a look at how big the heat pipe is inside the M.2? So, you're referring to this? Let me see if I have an angle for it. I was hoping I had the board, but I set it aside. So let me see if I have an angled shot. But you can see right here, this is quite a bit. So here's the normal kind of surface area where you can see of the heatsink, and you'll see actually it fully extends out to be able to add quite a bit more essentially surface area and displacement. So again, here the goal really for these larger performing heatsinks is to be able to afford the best kind of thermal dissipation experience. And again, this is also going to be a dual contact design that's on this slot, so you'll have that front side and back side base cooling design that's on this board, right? Okay. All right. So let me go ahead and just see if we had any questions that kind of came up there for the Dash E. So give me 1 second right here. All right. Let's see. Oh, hey, Remus. Fantastic to have you here. That's cool. Yes, I've seen PCI Razer claim it came to be PCI 4 that did not run well at PCI 4. That's correct. And part of the reason why is because the actual quality of the cable can be quite variable. We've found in our internal analysis, some have very stringent standards to adhere to the specification. Some don't have as good EMI shielding and can be more exposed to kind of EMI characteristics that can cause issues. So just having that toggle gives you more flexibility to ensure the best experience if you're attempting to use a riser cable. Scott notes, thank goodness for the reinforced USB 3 port. It's subtle, but yes, it's a premium thing. And that's actually because we pay attention to the users' feedback from the community and from also our RMA analysis team, where we get people, it's like, I didn't mean to break it. I didn't mean to pull it out, but it was really tight. It was difficult and ended up having an issue. So yes, you will see when you see that little metal housing around that port, it's because we've gone ahead and reinforced it, right? Any plans for an ROG Strix X670-G for those Mate ATX4s who can't afford a Gene but still want to go in? Sorry, right now there are no plans to do another micro ATX. Micro ATX does not have a large demand within the segment. It was a lot of effort to even kind of push forward to design and develop the Gene of offering a micro ATX-based offering. So we're really hoping that the community embraces the fact that we put a significant amount of effort into producing a micro ATX premium SKU, when the reality is that the market segment for it is very, very small. It's very similar to actually a mini ATX, where the lion's share of the market is significantly more, of course, with ATX. All right. So I think that covers everything on the Dash E, guys. So we're going to go now to the mini ITX, right? So let's go ahead and get into the small form factor. All right. Okay, so give me 1 second. Let's go. There we go. Mini ITX, guys. All right. So if you're interested in small form factor, here we go. We're rocking and rolling, guys. All right, so here we go. And this is a mini ITX board. And there's a lot going on with this board here. This was under a huge amount of kind of design and development for this generation for this board. We kind of spent a lot of time to be able to kind of really look at a lot of different elements in terms of the functionality and the feature set that we were looking to incorporate for this board. And there was a lot of challenges because this motherboard specifically, you have the two chipset design. So compared to many kind of mini ITX based motherboards, one big challenge that you have is you have to account for the dual chipset design, right? And so when you're talking about the dual chipset design, that takes a lot more space. So that can be a challenge in terms of actually trying to get that to work, right, in terms of the overall layout considerations. So again, let's just kind of do a little bit of a flyover here. So you'll see there's a mini ITX board. There's no RGB lighting right on there. In terms of the power delivery on there, it's extremely high end in terms of the overall power delivery. It's still a teamed power stage design implementation, just like the other boards that we talked about. Of course, being physically smaller, of course, you can't fit the same number in terms of the total power delivery, but there's no regards and there's no concerns in that regard. It's a 10+2 with 110 amp power stages. So it still is the same number of power stages that we have literally on the Dash E or the Hero in terms of the motherboard. They're the smart power stages, and it also has the SPS ProCool power connector that's also on there. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a closer look at this board specifically, because there's a lot going on with the Dash I that kind of really merits a little bit of time here to kind of go into some of the cool elements that we have here. So let me bring up the images for this one. All right, and we're going to go ahead and I guess show you also what you get inside the box right here with the Dash I quickly. With the Dash I, you'll see that, of course, you're going to get the motherboard. You're going to get the specialized little Q connector that we have that's specifically designed for mini ITX chassis. So you can see it plugs to the board, and then it allows you to have the quick leads to the, to let's say your front power button on your chassis, things like that. You get some included cable ties. You get a secondary thermal pad. You get the, of course, the magnetic dual band Wi-Fi 6E based antenna. You get your actual keychain. You get an ARGB splitter cable right there, right? And then you also have the Hive. So the Hive we'll talk a little bit about separately, but the Hive is essentially the audio solution, but it's actually an advanced unit, which essentially also includes a hub and also a control functionality, right? Because you can do a lot of other things with the Hive. So we're going to touch on the Hive in a little bit there. So taking a look here at the board, you'll see that you've got a large high performance based heatsink that's on there, there is an active fan that's present in there. So the fan does help to, of course, provide airflow just because we're dealing with a compact amount of space. We have the 2 chipsets that are also present there. And of course, we have the high performance VRM assembly. So there is a lot of demands in terms of being able to ensure reliability and cooling. You can go ahead and remove these screws there so that if you need to have access to maybe be able to clear that out, there's a little bit of a kind of a mesh filter type design too to help to mitigate kind of the ingress of dust, debris, or dander they might get on the inside of that fan. So you have accessibility to it if you did need to in that situation, right? In terms of the overall I/O, you're going to see that you have 1 3-pin and you have 1 legacy connector. It's a 2-DIMM enabled board, which is great in terms of DDR overclocking support. You got your 2 fan headers, and you also have an AIO pump header as well. And you'll actually see that we spent a lot of time to keep this socket very, very clean in terms of unobstruction. So it still has a lot of flexibility in terms of having open space for your cooling solutions that would be installed in there. Also redesigned in terms of this generation is the M.2 heatsink implementation here. So this is designed for 2 drives as opposed to like in the past where we might have maybe like a 3-drive configuration. This is a 2-drive base focus design. And then you have, of course, your PCI Express slot that's on there. You'll also see here on the Mini ITX, it's the reinforced legacy USB 3 slot that's on there. And then you also have the high-speed USB-C internal connector. Now, this is a little FPS card. The little FPS card adds in a whole bunch of other kind of premise points in there. And here's the Hive, but we're going to talk about the Hive in a little bit. But let me see here. We can go here to the rear I/O. So rear I/O, you can see you've got 2 ports there. You've got 2 ports, 2 ports, 2 ports, 2 ports. So that's a total of 8, 10. So 10 ports. 2.5 gig LAN, Wi-Fi 6E, and Bluetooth, HDMI. But the big thing is here is that normally we would reserve these 40 gigabit ports for only the ROG CROSSHAIR series. But because we have a lot of people that want really like a high-end ITX-based experience, we put 40 gigabits on this board. So you have 40 gigabits USB on here with also display ports out support. So if you did want to just run pure iGPU and maybe you wanted to use this graphics card slot for something else, maybe you want to run 10 gig LAN, maybe you want to run, I don't know, a capture card. You could run anything else in there. You could run a Hyper M.2 card for, 4 M.2 SSDs and then just use the integrated graphics. If that's something you want, you do have display port over Type-C that is supported here. So this is 40 gigabits with display port Type-C support that can be passed through, right? And then you've got your 10 gigabit ports that are also on there as well, okay? So that is going to be that. On the Hive, here's the actual add-in card. So the add-in card you'll also see has the alteration mode switch. I think the alteration mode switch here is going to be quite useful in terms of the Mini ITX based boards, because the big benefit is that a lot of Mini ITX systems might be utilizing kind of the split chamber design, and you're going to be using a riser cable. So to, again, resolve kind of those issues you might have with the riser cables, you have the alteration mode switch, so you can toggle between different PCI Express modes that are on there. Here you also see that there's a clear CMOS jumper that's on there, so you can easily clear CMOS if you wanted to. Okay, 2 SATA ports right there that are present there, and then your internal USB 2, and then your front panel connectors, right? So that is all kind of wired in there. And these connectors right here are for the 2 little internal USB connectors. Well, they're not. They're specialized connectors that kind of go into the board, right? So these connect straight into the motherboard. 2 SATA ports, 2 internal USB 2 ports, the front leads, the PCI alteration mode switch, and then the clear CMOS for the motherboard. All right, so let's talk about the Hive. The Hive actually features an ESS Sabre DAC. It's the new version of an ESS Sabre DAC that's built into here, the 32-bit based DAC. It has very good THD, SNR, a lot of actually design benefits in there. Also, purely isolating it gives us better performance. So it's a combination of the ALC audio codec that we have in there. It's actually a different codec than the ALC 4080, and then it works with that ESS Sabre DAC to be able to give you an external, essentially, DAC experience. You then have full control here for volume. You can mute. You can enable one-touch options for PBO. The flex key can be mapped for different functions because it's the flex key. So you could disable lighting, you could enable lighting. You could actually have this serve as a safe mode button. So if you wanted to have this serve as a clear CMOS, but without having to clear all the options, you could actually have that as like a safe boot function. You then have USB BIOS flashback. I've seen some people say that they're concerned about the USB BIOS flashback button. It's not an issue because the reality is that this port has zero functionality unless you have an actual USB BIOS flashback file on the USB flash drive. So there's no way that you could accidentally flash or overwrite or recover the UEFI in any way, because you would literally have to have left the cap file on the flash drive and then press the button and hold it down to have that flash occur, which I just don't think that's a realistic type scenario. You then have a USB pass-through as well, so you get a 10 gigabits USB pass-through that is available to you on there. We are also evaluating for the Hive that this function may in a future update, right now it's not present, but possibly in a future update be able to enable some fan control functionality. So you could actually control the fan, through the actual knob. That's something that we're again evaluating, but it has not been finalized. We're looking into it. And then lastly, right here, you have a QLED diagnostic system. So that's a 4-point LED diagnostic. So it's just like what you would have on the motherboard, but now it's visual, right? You can see it easily externally, where you can see the CPU, the boot device, the DRAM, the graphics card, and that would sequence on, right? So that is going to be the ROG Hive. Now, lastly here, I want to also take a look at the actual M.2 heatsink, and you're going to see that this does support PCI Express Gen 5, and you'll see that there's actually quite a bit of surface area to the heatsink design here. It's quite impressive. You'll see that there's the heatsink that we have down here, right, corresponding to the chipset, which extends into this design implementation, giving us for the M.2 base SSD, right? So there's one M.2 SSD that installs there, and then there's another M.2 base SSD that installs in there. And then the cool part is that even you'll see right here, we still give you the Q latch design. So it's the easy M.2 install implementation. That you have available to you. And then you've got your heat sinks right there. So, I think it's a quite novel approach. It's flexible, it's functional, and still definitely does its job. And that's all integrated as part of that whole solution that's cooling the chipset along with the M.2 base SSDs. So there's a lot that's going along in there, right? So that is going to be the Dash I. And there, if you kind of can pull back, you can see pretty much everything come in and play there, right? So here's the reinforced headers, the internal USB-C, there's the add-in card, there's the actual vertical, of course, mount for the dual M.2 SSDs, the chipset-based cooling, the assist fan that right there is also for the VRM for that 10+2 based power stage configuration with the 110 amp power stages, right? Absolutely just ultra performant. And because I didn't also show you the other side right there, there's the connector for the Hive, and then you have, of course, your SPDIF and your microphone combo jack, right? So this can support optical output, and then you also have a mic combo. Okay, so there's a lot that I covered in there in terms of the Hive. So let me go ahead and just make sure and see if we have any questions on the Dash I. Or on the Hive, because I know that there's there's a lot that I went into right there. So give me a second to just bring this up and see if we have any questions right there on the Hive, or on the Dash I, or on any other models, because now we're going to get ready to go into the ROG. We're going to go into the last series of boards right here. So if somebody has a question on any of the ROG STRIX boards that we talked about, right? So again, to recap, there is the Dash I, the Dash A, the Dash F, and the Dash E. Okay, so we're going to go back to the Dash I though, because that's what we're talking about. So I just want to make sure if anybody has any questions there on the Dash I, we will cover that. All right, let me go here. All right. Jade, your fave small form factor case for this beauty. Ooh, that's a hard one. For me personally, I think I wouldn't go super crazy small. I think I would go for the balance, because I want to be able to be able to fit in a large amount of cooling, still have great airflow. I would go with our AP201. That's me. So it's a medium form factor chassis. It's 33 liter, so it's still quite compact, but it's all perforated, right? I love the look of this chassis. It has also an internal USB-C header. I can fit a 360 millimeter AIO. I've got dual fan cooling there. I can still fit a big graphics card, even something like our 4080, like 12 gig card could fit in there. Or of course, water cooling, you can fit any graphics card in there. You can fit SFX or ATX-based PSUs. So for me, that's what I would put in there. But there's some beautiful chassis, of course, from Messerlicious, Dancase. There's quite a number of options that are out there. But if it was me, I really think I would put it together in the AP201, right? All right. Let me see right there. Is the vertical? No, you do not have to install that for it to function. But keep in mind that because the front leads, right, are going to connect to that, you would kind of be in a weird scenario in terms of how you would actually get the system to be triggered and powered on. So normally, yes, you would really need to install that in there to be able to have it operate, let's say normally, right? If you wanted to operate it the way that it was intended without any kind of weird kind of configurations and setup, you would have to use that. Okay. Let me go ahead and see if we got any other questions that might be on there. Oh, and in case anybody was asking for the M.2 based SSD implementation, just to clarify, one is PCI Gen 5 by 4, and then the other is PCI Express 4 by 4. Okay, so they're not both Gen 5, it's one Gen 5 and one Gen 4. Okay. Let me just see right there. Daniel saying, can the high be used on other motherboards in the future, or this is an exclusive to this motherboard? For now, it is an exclusive to this motherboard. It's not functional. Technically, you know, there could be some functionality, but because there's a lot of things that have to be done in terms of the UEFI and the code and the design for the motherboard to work with the Hive, it is designed as a match solution. So it's not designed to be used with other motherboards. Hey Nelson, you know, best wishes to you and yours, man. I hope you're doing okay, man. So take care, take it easy, and thanks for joining us in the stream, regardless that you're going through everything that you're going through right now in terms of, you know, a natural disaster, man. So I wish you the best in all respects, okay? So let me just see any other questions that we have on the Dash I. If not, we're going to go ahead and keep moving it along there. Okay. All right, so I think we're going to go ahead and move that along to the next board, right? Okay, so let's go on to the next board, guys. So now we're going to go, and lastly here, we're at the end, right, guys? We're in now the ROG CROSSHAIR series, right? The Hero, the Extreme, and the Gene, you know, the best of the best, right? If you're absolutely looking for the absolute flagship series, then let's go ahead and break it down. So again, here, if you're kind of wondering about what's the reason in terms of going from, we talked about why you would go from TUF Gaming to ROG STRIX, right? So we talked about the kind of segmentational designs. Now we're similarly going to go ahead and also talk about why you would go from ROG STRIX to the ROG CROSSHAIR series. Or similarly, the same things would apply if you went and made like a bigger jump, if you were going from like Prime to Crosshair, or if you were going from TUF Gaming to Crosshair, right? But one, it's our flagship series, right? So it features our most enthusiast-centric designs, right? So our latest innovations, our most advanced features and functions and design aesthetics are going to be present on there. There's actually one feature that I didn't talk about on the Dash E that I will talk about on the Crosshair series, and I will help to clarify that it is on the, specifically the Dash E model, which is also the asynchronous secondary clock generator. And that's a specific overclocking eccentric function. Many of you may not use this, but it is going to be an important point to understand, again, on the design differences. The Crosshair series, right, they're really the benchmark, right? I mean, generation after generation, the Crosshair series have been kind of that best-in-class motherboard that people have looked at. When you really kind of want the best experience for AMD, you buy a Crosshair-based motherboard. You know, unbiased perspective, the reality is, look at something like in the extreme enthusiast segmentation of the market. On HWBot, the Crosshair series is exponentially the #1 submitted motherboard per each platform launch, and it's not even close. MSI can't touch us, Gigabyte can't touch us, ASRock cannot touch us. Nobody can touch us when it comes to the class of people that are utilizing these boards for performance tuning. We were the #1 submitted motherboard on X370, the #1 submitted motherboard on X470, the #1 submitted motherboard on X570, and I feel confident that we're going to maintain that focus on X670, and we're going to continue to really show why we've been best in class to give users the absolutely best experience when it comes to AMD and performance tuning. You're going to get the highest end VRM design. So again, the totality of the board design, from everything from the PCB to the topology to the power stages to the inductors to the capacitors, all of those are going to be upgraded. You're going to get the most advanced I/O. You're going to get the most M.2 expansion that's going to be on the board. It will have the highest grade audio design. Generally for the Hero and the Extreme, you're going to have the ASUS Saber DAC and amp that's going to be on there. We'll have the most overclocking options that'll be on the motherboards. Then of course also the most premium design aesthetic. Right there you can see an example of the Extreme board, right? So the Extreme has the enemy matrix, the OLED live dash display, more RGB lighting. The Hero will have the Polymo lighting display. Plus there's extras. You get things like the Hyper M.2 add-in card, the graphics card holder, the Voltition, which comes with the Extreme or with the Gene, an ADA 64 one-year license, even a one-year license version of antivirus software that also comes included. So there's a lot that comes in in every single regard, the Crosshair series is a higher end series. Okay, so that's why you would consider it. But let's go ahead and actually take a look at the boards, right? So what do you, I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. Which one do we want to jump into? Do we want to do Gene first, or do we want to do Hero? Extreme we're going to do last. So do you want to do Gene or Hero? Actually, I think let's do Gene. Let's do Gene. We're going to do Gene. Okay. So let me go here and we'll get the Gene loaded up. All right. All right, so here you guys can see it. This is the Gene, and I have the Gene here, so I'm going to take it out of the box while you guys are looking at this beautiful, beautiful B-roll. It is an absolutely fantastic motherboard. We spent a huge amount of time and effort to be able to design and develop the Gene. Oh, am I going to feel bad that I have the Dash E here? I went to go find it, and I have it right here. Sorry, guys. I will show. Well, I'll show you. I'll put the Dash E next to. I'll put the Dash E next to the Hero, and we can see them side by side. So, give me 1 second here. We'll take them both out here. Oh gosh, it's a heavy box. Gene is a heavy box. Okay, here we go. There we go. All right. So I've got both of them. Let's finish letting that really nice kind of just B-roll kind of go through there. You guys can see a little bit of the board design aesthetic and to kind of get a sense of appreciation of everything that we're doing there in terms of the board, right? So give me 1 second here to... All right. So in terms of that, just when you're taking a look there, you'll of course see some of the big things that we have there on the Gene in terms of the overall kind of design implementation is going to be that you're going to have, of course, right there, that's the brand new Gen Z.2 add-in card. So that actually has been redesigned entirely new for this generation. It supports PCI Gen 5 and PCI Gen 4. So that is going to be an upgrade that we have on this generation compared to the prior generation. This board will also going to be featuring, when we talk about the overclocking centered design, is really our OC centric base board. It has dynamic OC switcher, it has core flex, it has an asynchronous clock design which allows you to have even more tailored tuning options. The 2 DIMM based design. It also comes with the voltition, which allows for advanced, of course, voltage monitoring, and the entire overclockers toolkit, which will be down at the bottom of the motherboard, which we'll be talking about in a little bit. And the other big thing too on this board, when we actually kind of let it fly over, is going to be that the overall power topology on here is also going to be higher end, right? So keep in mind that when we talk about the power topology on an ROG motherboard, it's not just the number of power stages or their amperage, right? But it's the entire PCB design. We have a more specialized PCB design. It's a low loss PCB design, which is actually specifically designed for memory. In addition to this, we're also going to be having more premium capacitors. So these are 10K rated capacitors, which actually have different temperature rated levels. So they're actually going to be longer lifespan. They have also better efficiency. There's microfine alloy chokes, so they're higher performing actually inductors and chokes. And then of course we then maintain that ultra high performant power stage based configuration with the team power stage. So across the board, it's not just you're talking about the number of power stages, but it's the totality of the motherboard design. And critically, I always do try to talk about it from the perspective that you don't want to just limit the kind of the discussion to be about what is the number of the power stages. You really do have to kind of always equate the totality of the UEFI firmware experience of being really a key aspect of how you of how the actual experience is going to relate into in terms of the board, right? And that's really, I think, one of our key strengths. So let me go ahead and now bring up our images here for the Crosshair board, and we'll do a little bit of side-by-side here between the two. Between the Dash E and the Hero, even though this is the ROG STRIX, but just so you can kind of get a sense of the difference, right? And we will also take a look right there. So the Gene, in case you're wondering, it's a 16 plus 2 110 amp power stages, right? So all right, so here's the Dash E ATX. Here is the Gene micro ATX, right? So you can definitely see it's a more compact based board, but really cool in terms of its overall design language, right? And somebody asked about if you want something to see on the dashie a little bit later, let me know and I'll show it to you, since I forgot that I ended up having it right there. So let me go ahead and just set that aside. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and put this one down here and show you. Now, I think the B-roll did a pretty nice job of showing you the actual really cool lighting design that the Gene has, but we can actually go ahead and show it to you there. So go ahead and get that just plugged in. All right. All right, there you guys can see it. Let's darken that up just a smidge right there. There you go. So I still have the sticker on there. That's the reason why that looks like that. I haven't peeled it off, so that's the only reason why. But it's got this really cool kind of diffused little light bar in there that I think looks really, really slick. I love the way that that looks in terms of the Gene. And let me go ahead and put up the pricing there for the Gene. Excuse me. $599 right there. There's the Gene. All right. And so when we take a look here at the rest, right, you're going to see the large, of course, heatsink assembly. This, of course, does have a heat pipe. You can see the heat pipe right there that makes contact with that portion of the heatsink assembly, and then that portion of the heatsink assembly, right? You've got the dual, of course, Pro Cool power connectors on there. You'll see some also little subtle differences right here in terms of some of the connectors. You've got a right angle connector right here for one of the Rgb headers. You have the legacy 4-pin header right there. You've got the start button and the flex key. Those can go ahead and be adjusted, right? You've got your debug LED. You then have your, of course, your fan headers that you have here. So you got your CPU fan, you got your AiO pump fan, and then right here you have the Gen Z add-in card. So let me actually show you guys that little Gen Z add-in card. So I'm gonna take that one out of the box. So this is right there. That is the Gen Z add-in card. This is brand new for this generation. So this is the Gen 5 base version. It's quite beefy. So you have that very, very large heat pipe and then that heatsink in there. So you can fit 2 drives in there. One PCI Gen 5 and then one PCI Gen 4. And if you see, this is how I can go ahead and open that up. And then it will slot right in there. And it's a great, easy way to be able to go ahead and allow you to access your M.2 SSDs. You don't have to worry about it removing the graphics card or doing anything like that. It's a really simple and easy way to be able to install your M.2 SSDs. This has also been designed to have simultaneous access, so both drives can work. So you can actually have PCI Gen 5 and PCI Gen 4 simultaneously through that specialized connector. That's part of the reason why we had to redesign the connector, is to afford the actual ability to have both of those be present. So that's kind of just some of the additional design work that we have there, right? As we move down right here, you're going to see, of course, that USB-C internal connector right there. You have a little bit of a right angle, right? USB 3. Then you've got your SATA. You have your SATA. You've got your overclockers kind of toolkit is all the way down here. You can see all kinds of other headers right here, and we'll do that probably with a little bit of a secondary close-up shot. But you got your Supreme FX audio design, the PCIe alteration switch again for riser cable kind of configurations, Gen 3, Gen 4. You can easily toggle all those off and on if that's something that you want to go ahead and have access to, right? And then you've got one M.2 right there. So this board will support up to 3 M.2 based SSDs that you can have on here. So 2 on the actual Gen Z add-in card, and then 1 that will be on the motherboard. And then that other heatsink that right there is, of course, that is present for the dual chipset based design, right? And I think from there we'll take a closer look at the board. Now keep in mind that the fan configurations on here are a little bit different. So this board actually has, if I remember, there's 6 fan headers on here, but a couple of the fan headers actually are designed a little bit differently. So there's FS fan headers. Let me see if I can find one. So this one right here is a CPU fan. Excuse me, this is CPU fan right here 1, CPU fan header 2. So these are CPU primary and CPU OPT, so that's fine for like your your water cooling configuration, your AiO configurations or whatnot. But if we move over here, this is, I think the white one should be these right here, FS. These are full speed fan headers. So these are actually full speed. So you do want to actually keep in mind that the operating parameters are not standard. So if you wouldn't ideally want to have something like, I would say, like a Noctua 3000 RPM fan. The Noctua 3000 RPMs, even though they're 3000 RPM, they're not supremely loud, but you would generally not want a fan that's extremely loud. Now, that's partly because this is a board that's also been tailored for kind of overclocking enthusiasts that will be running these fans at maximum speed for most airflow. So if you do want to kind of leverage those fan headers, just keep in mind that I would try to balance it out with a fan that if it's operating at a 100% fan speed, that fan speed is in alignment with not only a good, airflow profile, static pressure profile, depending on its use case, but also that the audible output profile is one that you feel comfortable with, right? The CPU fan headers, of course, those are going to be fully controllable, right? There's no issues in that. And then you also have still a chassis fan header that's on here on this board. So there is one full speed fan header there, two full speed fan headers there, and then a third full speed fan header right there. Yep. And then this is, I think that's the other chassis fan header right here. This chassis fan header, it can also support multiplexing. So keep in mind, this one is fully configurable and fully controllable. So if you wanted to run like a splitter cable to this one to have like 3 or 4 fans connected to that, those could also be fully controlled, and you could do kind of the standard things that you could expect with it, right? So you still get flexibility there. I love that also on this Gene, we still gave you the PCI ejection based design right there. So everybody's aware of it. I don't think I need to show it again, but it's so cool. Why not go ahead and just show it again, right? So again, if I'm going to install the graphics card right there, but then you can see right here, I have the button. I can go ahead and then just pull out the graphics card. So it's a really easy level of control and functionality that we have right there. So that is going to be those headers right there. And then the voltition, I can show you the voltition. It's probably easier if I show you the voltition through some of the screenshots. So let me go ahead and do that. So give me 1 second right there. And we'll switch out over there. So give me 1 second here. All right. So let's go and bring up our images here for the Gene. All right, so here you can see, again, the board, right? Looks fantastic, I think, in just the monochrome design aesthetic right there. And again, you have that nice little RGB lighting zone. And then I've pretty much gone over all the headers, but again, just reconfirm, these white ones right here are the full speed fan headers that you have available, right? And there's the PCI alteration mode switch that's on this one. Here's the little connectors that you have for the actual voltition. You've got your optional temp sensors that's also available to you right there. You have additional voltage monitoring options right there. Your ARGB header. You've still got your SATA ports right there. SATA ports right there. You've got BCLK low-level adjustment that you can go ahead and do overclocking with if you wanted to go that route. And that's your front panel HD audio connector that is also a right angle on this one, right? There's the Gen Z add-in header. This one does also have the safe boot and the retry buttons, which are more OC centric in terms of their functionality. Although I will say I do like the safe boot button functionality because it allows you to kind of essentially have like a clear CMOS without having to clear the entirety of the CMOS. So it is a nice level of functionality, right? Let's go, and you can see right there the nice RGB lighting. We take a look at the rear I/O, even though this is kind of very much focused for users that really want to push their Zen 4 CPUs overclocking. You're going to have 2, 4, 6, 8, and then 10. So 10 USB ports, 2 of them legacy. You get PS2, that's really just for the overclocking crowd. But then you still get 40 gigabits, which is really nice right there. So again, you still get over Type-C display signal support with 40 gigabits support. So you get 10 gigabits and 40 gigabits on this board, Wi-Fi 6E and Bluetooth, multi-channel line level audio with optical out, clear CMOS button, and then USB BIOS flashback. So if you want to be able to update the UEFI without, of course, a CPU, without DRAM, without a graphics card, just plug in your flash drive and a power supply, and you will be good to go, right? There's the Gen Z add-in card installed. And again, supports PCI Express Gen 5 and PCI Express Gen 4, one of each on the actual drive. And then here, just to kind of show you on all the X670E boards that we didn't get to show you, right? But this is when we're talking about that this is a dual chipset board, that a lot of people don't get, that when you compare a board, almost every board you've ever want to compare it to, one probably doesn't have the level of I/O, doesn't have an 8-layer low-loss PCB, doesn't have you know, the power delivery design right there, but definitely probably doesn't have dual chipsets, right? And so here you have one chipset, and then you also have another chipset. That's the reason why we have to have very large heat sinks to be able to account for actually covering one chipset and then another chipset. And then over here, of course, you can see you've got the M.2 SSD, and this one is also a PCI Express Gen 5. So the board does give you the support for dual PCI Express Gen 5, so one via the Gen Z add-in card, and then another PCI Express Gen 5 for the motherboard itself. So you can support, again, up to 2 PCI Express Gen 5, and then 1 PCI Express Gen 4, and then 1 PCI Express Gen 5 for the primary PCI Express M.2, for the PCI Express physical by 16 slot for your graphics, right? And then keep in mind though, if you use integrated graphics, you could do whatever you want with that slot too. It doesn't have to just be used for graphics. And then this is also a 20 gigabits connector. So this is an internal 20 gigabits. And then remember, this has the 60 watt power connector because it has the 6-pin PCI Express, right? So that when you connect that, that means that this USB-C port doesn't also support just 20 gigabits, but it can support over 60 watts in terms of quick charge 4.0 plus. Okay, so that is going to give you essentially the breakdown in terms of kind of the gene configuration. Now there is one other thing too that I do want to go ahead and show you. So give me 1 second to go ahead and bring up the gene here. The audio codec is going to be a little bit different on the gene than it will be on the Hero and also on the Extreme. So again, kind of bringing us as a recap right here, looking at everything on the motherboard, is that this has a Supreme Effects audio codec. So still quite a good audio codec. You still get the Sonic Studio 3 software suite, but this board will not feature the ESS Saber DAC and amp in the same way that the Hero and the Extreme do feature that. So the audio design is kind of a little bit closer to the audio design that you would have like on the ROG STRIX. Still very good quality audio design, but actually it wouldn't be in the same class as what we would have on the Hero or on the Extreme board. Okay? All right. Let me go ahead and just see if we have any questions there on the gene. And I'm also going to take out the voltition so you guys can actually see the voltition. So that we can show you that right there. But here's actually the voltition. The really cool thing about this, right, is that it gives you essentially almost like oscilloscope-like functionality. If you really actually wanted to be able to go ahead and be able to have kind of the most accurate level of voltage monitoring, right? The ROG CROSSHAIR series boards also support a very advanced feature that we call as differential dye-sense voltage monitoring, which is a higher-end way to be able to do voltage monitoring, which is more accurate than what we offer on the ROG STRIX motherboards or on the TUF Gaming motherboards or on the Prime motherboards. So if you really kind of want to tweak and tune with maximum efficiency, that's a nice option. But if you even want to dive down even deeper and see exactly how your system is working and how to make adjustments, even if you're not an extreme overclocker, this could be useful if you really kind of want to maximize efficiency and see how the array system is working. The voltition is a great accessory which comes included, that you attach that, and then you can actually log all this information. So it will load up in there within the software suite, and you can actually see all that information. So it's quite a granular level of monitoring that's available to you that is not normally something that you would have available to you, right? So Z790 Extreme release date, it will be coming in the not too distant future. Just make sure to keep it tuned. You'll see more information in October there. Okay. Voltition for president. What is the height of the Gen Z card? You know, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't have a ruler offhand here with me. But if I had to guesstimate, I'd probably say that's maybe about like 3.5 inches, probably something like that. Something in that range. I can definitely, if you want to email me, pcdiy@asus.com, I can get an exact measurement for you if you really want to know exactly what that is. Okay. Let me just see right there. Is there any other questions right there? Vertigo's asking, which quick question will the Extreme help me run Minecraft at 1080p? I don't think it matters in terms of the motherboard. I think any motherboard that you would pick, whether it's a B series, H series, X series, you know, I think you just want to get a solid CPU and a GPU and you'd be good to go. So I don't think you need to worry about that in any respect. Okay. Let me just see there. Okay. So I don't think we have any other questions there in terms of the gene. So if not, we're going to go to the Hero, guys. Okay. Okay, all right, so let's get ready to go to the Hero, and we will go and go there. But I do lastly want to go ahead and touch on this right here, where this is also the overclockers kind of toolkit. This is a separate section that's on the bottom of the motherboard, so specifically for the Gene. So you see that you have a lot of kind of specialized options. I'm not going to spend too much time on here because I don't think we have that many extreme overclockers that are checking this out. But you have a dedicated LN2 mode, slow mode switch. These are really only for the LN2 crazy guys. The Probit option can be nice for users that do maybe some just benchtop testing, tweaking and tuning, general overclocking pursuits. If you want to use a multimeter, that can be potentially useful along with using the voltician. Same thing, the RSVD switch is only for the extreme overclocking community. The BCLK functionality, I could see that potentially this could be useful for somebody that is, again, testing maybe on a benchtop and even still might be doing kind of custom water cooling. And again, because you're taking advantage of the asynchronous based clock design that we have on here, that could be beneficial to more kind of general enthusiasts and overclockers. The retry button, that I would also say is as recommended for normal kind of overclockers, safe boot, normal overclockers. And the BIOS switch, this one I think is a big one and it gets overlooked a lot. So having two BIOS switches essentially means that you can have two different independent ROMs. So that's great if maybe you want to have one where you're doing maybe testing and tweaking and tuning, or if you want to compare one version to another, maybe one version comes out, you want to do some performance testing and see how it runs. If you have an improvement in experience specific to maybe DRAM or to the CPU or to some other type of aspect, and then you could switch back to the other. And so it is a nice level of flexibility to have two independent ROMs where you can go and test one to the other. That's also something that ASUS was the first manufacturer to ever implement. Some companies had quote unquote a dual BIOS, but it wasn't actually a true independent dual BIOS design. It's just a backup BIOS. So I really actually like having a dual BIOS design that lets me go between one build and another build. It's really a great level of functionality and flexibility to be able to go through and test one build and another, especially like I said, if you're testing for performance related aspects, or you're kind of doing performance optimization for specific applications or workloads and testing things out, you can go between one build to another build, right? BatTech says dual BIOS is great, like when ASUS releases a bad BIOS, which has had happened before. I would say that a lot of times there's a misconception regarding the perception of UEFI releases quote unquote being bad. I would say actually more often than not, when users sometimes make an assessment about quote unquote UEFI releases not being necessarily good. Now this doesn't mean that every UEFI release is perfect, but there has to be a weighted balance between how the UEFI is optimized and tuned based on the AGISA. And the AGISA can largely influence the experience between one operating state and another operating state. So we have some users that just don't understand that they have a performance set of parameters that they have dialed in for one build with one set of auto rules. And then if you change the AGISA and you change the underlying auto rules, those parameters are no longer valid. And you might have to go back and entirely retune and reset the baseline for what exists under that AGISA. That was quite common actually under the AM4 era. And so a lot of users won't go and do a complete kind of reset to go from a baseline and retune the UEFI environment. And so again, this is actually an advantage of running this type of dual BIOS configuration. It just allows you to more correctly assess differences between the UEFI environments, right? So that is just one thing to kind of keep in mind right there. Okay. So overall, that is, I think, a recap there for the, for the Gene. So that's pretty cool in that regard. Let's go ahead and see right here. If I can also show you, I want to show you one thing here. Give me a second to bring this up here. Let me see if I can go ahead and bring up the asynchronous clock information really quick on the Gene, because this is actually going to be another distinguishing feature. And that also I didn't note it on the Dash E board, but the Dash E board does also have this functionality. But you do also have the benefit with the asynchronous clock design that you have essentially another layer to the overclocking pursuit. So when we've been talking about kind of overclocking, we talked about that there was essentially these different kind of tuning parameters, right? So we had the ASUS AI overclocking that we noted on, right? We have the dynamic OC switcher, right? Which is actually enabled when we utilize ASUS AiOC. We have Core Flex, which we already talked about, right? But this is another one, right? Is the async clock, right? So the async clock essentially allows us to bypass the default design implementation and essentially allows us to modify just the CPU clock, but not modify things like the iGPU, the Infinity Fabric, the memory, or the I/O. So that allows us to essentially make sure that those are not destabilized. And so this can be really useful if you want to make an adjustment to the bus clock, right, and then relation to your multiplier, or kind of different permutations to be able to eke out a little bit more performance. So like in our testing, I can tell you, for people that were considering like custom water cooling, you could be looking at 5.7, 5.8, 5.9, even potentially 6 gigahertz by utilizing like the asynchronous clock, along with other performance tuning parameters like PBO, to be able to actually have some pretty impressive clock speeds that can be reached with Zen. So it's a really exciting feature that, again, we'll dive into more in a dedicated kind of video that's just talking about, I think, core flex and asynchronous clocking and kind of tuning. But this is a unique element that you're not going to find on most of the other motherboards, is this asynchronous clock design. So the Dash E has the asynchronous clock, and then of course the Gene has the asynchronous clock, and the Hero and the Extreme have the asynchronous clock. Okay, so that is going to be the Gene. So let's go and move into the next one, guys. I guess we're ready to go into the Hero. Give me a second here and we will bring up the Hero. Let me just see if anybody has any quick questions before we go to the, excuse me, before we go into the Hero, if anybody has any questions that might be there. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have any other questions on that side. I do see somebody asking actually about kind of swappable ROMs. Part of the reason why is it's a little bit more challenging in terms of the density, right? So we've gone to significantly larger ROM sizes that exist on motherboards. And also from a production and reliability standpoint, it's actually superior reliability to have the soldered on type of actually ROM solutions that are present on motherboards, as opposed to having actually a removable based option. So it comes down to always the balancing act of, I think, affording not only total quality and reliability, but then also, what is in alignment for actual user experience, right? So because now the UEFIs have become so large and there's so much complex firmware right there, you actually have to have a lot of space in regards to these ROM sizes, that is also a factor that we kind of have to keep in mind in that regard. So that is just something to kind of be mindful of in that respect as well. Okay, so let's get ready to go ahead and move into the Gene here. Right, so give me 1 second. Excuse me, the Hero. We'll get ready to go onto the Hero. All right, so we've got the Hero here, and we will go ahead and get this one started. We'll go ahead and see here. I have to pull this Hero out here, so give me 1 second. I've got the Hero for our test bed that I've got here, and hopefully we'll still be able to do a little bit of the demo that I had planned for the overclocking. But I know that we've definitely covered quite a bit, and we're coming, I think, almost on quite a bit of time here that we've spent on this stream. But if everybody is down to stay, then we will cover it. All right. Ugh. Such a big box. I got the Extreme box right here, but it's actually where I have the Hero inside. So actually it is the Hero box. So let's just show you for scale, guys. This is the box. It's quite a bit big. It's quite a big box that we've got here for the Hero, right? So let's go ahead and open this up, and we will take out this beautiful board here. I really think we have an amazing ID design for the Hero here. There's also some included accessories that I think will be important that we kind of take a look at here. Okay, so let me go ahead and move that. 1 second, guys. I will get that anyway. All right. All right, here we go. Okay, so where did I put my stands? So many items here. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. There we go. All right, so beautiful board, right? I mean, just it's almost hard to kind of show off because it has this almost chrome-like appearance, which actually I think looks absolutely stunning, right? If I just had to show that, you just had to sit to see that shine. So I think it's a fantastic-looking motherboard in terms of its overall design aesthetic, and I'm a huge fan of the Hero. It's really probably my favorite within our lineup. I think always generation to generation, it hits that great balance of really offering, I think, an amazing core set of features, functions, and specifications, and I think we really try to offer, I think, the best-in-class experience with our Hero. You know, we really put a huge amount of effort into this. You know, I don't talk about it too much. I know I talk about so many other things, but, you know, it's literally there's tens of thousands of people hour that go into the design and development for our ROG series of motherboards, and especially for boards like the Hero, the Gene, the Extreme series. There's for like 6 months, 8 months period, we're talking about some of our team working, 16, 18-hour days to be able to design and develop these boards, and then the maintain time that comes after that in terms of a lot of the firmware development and so many other things. And so I think historically this is part of the reason why our ROG series have been really so great in terms of their overall experience. So there's a huge amount of work. But here you can see the really cool polymo lighting. So this is really one of the really cool things that you'll see in terms of the overall design lighting. That's a big upgrade. I almost want to kind of go back right there. Just if we go back to the beginning, right here, let me just go back right there. You'll actually see that the cool thing that you'll see there is that lighting design. So this is quite a bit more than just a little bit of a basic RGB lighting design that you might see on even other competitors' motherboards. So here, while it's not as advanced, it's what's going to be on the Extreme board. It's what's called the polymo design. There's actually multiple layers to it. It's a 2-layer based design, and then based on the software, it can actually sequence through different levels, and then you can still control the RGB lighting. So it's a really cool dynamic lighting design that's present on there that I think gives it a lot of character and a lot of nice kind of just a visual pop. And of course, if you don't like the lighting, this board looks absolutely fantastic still with no RGB lighting because of the way that we've done the actual polymer material. Again, it has this almost chrome-like appearance when you don't have any type of lighting enabled on the motherboard. So again, you do not have to run any type of lighting on this motherboard to have it look good. So that is, I think, one of the great things on there. And if you do like RGB lighting, then it's going to definitely look fantastic. Power delivery here, it's pretty much just very similar to the Gene, right? It's just an 18+2 versus a 16+2, still 110 amp power stages, SPS, ProCool power connectors, the microfine alloy chokes, and the 10K rated capacitors, along with the specialized 8-layer low loss PCB design that's also on this motherboard. So truly premium top to bottom. This is, really flagship level stuff in terms of the overall design and development on this motherboard, right? So very, very, very good in terms of the overall kind of feature set and the functionality, okay? So taking a little bit of a closer look, you'll see, of course, a lot of, metal, a lot of heat sinks on here. So there's a lot that's going on in terms of that. Remus is saying, can you change the logos? No, you can't change the logos. Those are fixed. That's part of the difference between like the Anime Matrix. The Anime Matrix is an actual customizable display. So this is a fixed layer display, right? So so I went ahead and removed the audio, David. I think that's what it might have been. There might have been a little bit of audio that was on there from the video. So I just went ahead and muted the audio. So thanks for letting me know that. So you also see that the card does come included there with our Hyper M.2 add-in card. So there's an additional add-in card that you get in there that is a PCI Express Gen 5 add-in card if you did want to have support for that. And another item too is going to be that this board does come included with a USB flash drive, which comes included with all the drivers. So there's no disk, although this is not really that much of a requirement because the reality is you can use the Armory Crate software. The Armory Crate software will automatically download all your drivers for you. Just when you install Armory Crate, it installs by default the LAN driver for you, and then it can download all the software. But you do get an actual USB flash drive that comes included. I think it's actually a 32 gigabyte flash drive, 10 gigabits. So it's a nice little flash drive and comes pre-installed with all the software on there. So you can get entirely up and running. It's a small item, but it's definitely one of those little premium benefits that you get with an ROG Crosshair series motherboard is you get the USB flash drive, which contains all the drivers, right? So that is a nice little item right there. This bootable? Yes, this is 100% bootable. So you can boot from this if you wanted to install the M.2 SSD on there. You could 100% boot from this. So this is one drive that is supported on here in terms of the the M.2 configuration. So the Hero will be special in terms of that the Hero here is going to support actually up to 5 5 M.2 based SSDs, right? 3 of the M.2 SSDs will be supported at PCI Express Gen 5, and then 2 will be PCI Express Gen 4. And then it will even have 3 heatsink backplates. So again, that dual contact design, remember some of the other motherboards only had 1 heatsink backplate. This one has 3, but of course all drives all have their own corresponding heatsink, right? So the other thing too is on the PCI Express, when we take a closer look, we'll see that this board does also feature the dual PCI Express Gen 5 slots. So this board will also, of course, give you the flexibility to have more support that for that, again, secondary slot that's on that motherboard. If you wanted to run something like a Hyper M.2 expansion card for like even 4 more M.2 based SSDs, you could run a lot of M.2 based SSDs on this motherboard if that's the kind of configuration that you wanted to go through, right? Entirely up to you as far as, what that configuration matrix would look like, right? So, let's go ahead and make a quick adjustment there. All right, let's get our Hero underneath here under the secondary cam. We'll take a closer look. We're also going to look at the closer images right here. So give me 1 second to just get that loaded up. All right, so there we go. So here is the board. That's the Hero. We can see it's got that really cool, nice, large heatsink design. This is a massive VRM heatsink assembly that's on this one. So it's extremely large. So these are massive heatsinks. And then from there, just very, very large, very dense. And then there's a full heatsink and heat pipe that goes from this one stage to then this secondary stage right here. Then you'll also see the large mass right here of the actual M.2 base heatsink that is on here. If I just kind of tilt it for reference, you might be able to see just how tall and how dense those heatsinks are. So that's the M.2 heatsink, and then that's the top right there for the VRM. So they're both extremely tall and quite dense. And then of course you've got that ultra high performance VRM heatsink and the VRM power stages, the 10K rated capacitors, the microfine alloy inductors, Pro Cool power connectors, right? Tons, of course, of fan headers right on here. Same in terms of all the Rgb headers. All the buttons are pretty much everything that we've recapped. 60-watt power connector, right? Start, flex buttons right there. So we kind of move just down right there just for aesthetics. I'll go to the secondary shot on the images because I think it'll be a little bit easier to see. But one of the main things to notice, I think, on this one will be that you have dual front USB 3. So you've got one USB 3 right here. And then you also have down here at the bottom another front USB 3. So this would be kind of advantageous if you have a chassis like maybe like our ROG Helios. The Helios is going to give you 2. So you can run one USB 3 right there, and then another USB 3 there. And then, of course, you've got your 60-watt charging and 20 gigabits right there. You've got the Q release design, and you've got 6 SATA ports right there. So that is going to be the Hero. But we're going to go ahead and keep taking a closer look right there because we've got a lot of things to talk about there in terms of some of the design specs. So let's go ahead and get my board right there. So shiny. So shiny, the Hero. All right, let's go ahead and bring that image up for the Hero here. All right. So I think the first thing is here, just in case anybody, just so you can see, I mean, the video did a pretty good job of showing you, but just if you wanted to see, here's like kind of like design side by side, so you can see the difference between RGB lighting on and RGB lighting off, right? And again, there's multiple design patterns that are right here, right? David's asking, can you fit an active backplate on the slot? I don't know. I'd have to double check. I know that we've already coordinated with our mechanical validation team that it should be a factor, so it shouldn't be a case, but I'll wait to hear our feedback in terms of the mechanical guidance that we're getting back from partners. But we did account for that as far as, coordinating with partners like EK and Bits Power and other partners that produce an active backplate. I don't really think, I think that people went overboard in terms of having the over backplate, because really the only people that had to be really that concerned with the over backplate were miners. So if you were actually gaming on your card, the memory wasn't that a factor. But, everybody I know has their preference on, what they want to do sometimes in relation to kind of their cooling on their cards. So it's up to you in that regard. But definitely email me or tag me in the group, and I'll look to confirm that with our partners in terms of the mechanical validation. Okay. So, let's go back here, and we'll go back to just the primary image of the board. And so again, ProCool power connectors, large two-state heatsink design, heat pipe design. You've got your AIO pump, CPU, and CPU OPT, debug LED, 2 sets of course RGB right there. There's a higher phase topology too, also for the DRAM for the Crosshair series of motherboards. Start, flex key, retry button, the power for the 60 watts and the 20 gigabits right there. The Q release design that we have right there. One chassis fan header, one legacy USB 3, another legacy USB 3 right there. Right here, this is one that gets overlooked, but the actual integrated water flow monitoring. So this is temperature inlet, temperature outlet, and water flow monitoring. There's dedicated headers for that. You have also an optional temp sensor that's right there. There's the water pump header, 3 USB 2 headers that are also on the motherboard. And then there's, of course, the other fan headers that we have on here. So that covers out there. One thing to also keep in mind here is that you'll see there's no Thunderbolt header, and that's because this motherboard has USB 4 on board, and we'll take a look at the I/O in a second. But you see this little header that says Fan 3P. Fan 3P, right? So these actual fan headers also support the HydroNode technology. So the HydroNode technology, if you don't remember that, that's actually something that we first introduced on Intel series-based motherboards. And so the big benefit of the Hydro mode is that there are going to be fans that when you utilize the fans that do support the HydroNode functionality, that will give you the flexibility of actually having multiple fans connect to a single header, and they can still be uniquely controlled. Normally, when you connect multiple fans to a single header, those fans will essentially be mirrored. That means that if you had like 3 fans and they were all running at 1200 RPM, they would all have to have the same fan curve and, you know, set to whatever the RPM level and the response values. But with HydroNode, you could actually set different control parameters like you were connecting to different fans. So you can actually have multiple fans connected to one header. The thing to keep in mind is though that the HydroNode fans do have to be specific. They actually have to support the functionality of a HydroNode. So we have partners like BitPhoenix and Silverstone that have produced HydroNode fan headers, right? But that is something that you would want to keep in mind, right? So let's go ahead and take a little bit of a closer look here at some of the other elements in terms of the actual layout configuration too. That's also going to be on the board. So when we talked about the actual slot layout configuration, this board also is going to be similar, kind of like, again, if we go all the way back to the ProArt, right, where you're going to have the benefit of this board also giving you the flexibility of dual PCI Express Gen 5 for the PCI Express slots on the motherboard. And so that's going to be a factor, again, depending on, you know, what you might be doing in terms of the overall expansion configurations, right? So let me go ahead and see if I have that one for the Extreme, excuse me, for the Hero. Yeah, here we go. We have it for the Hero. So if we take a look right here at the Hero on the rear I/O, right, you've got your USB BOS flashback, the clear CMOS, HDMI, and then 2, 4, so that's 6, 10, 12. 12 ports all on the rear, all high speed, no USB 2. That's 10 gigabits, and we have 20 gigabits, and we have 40 gigabits. So you literally have 10 gigabits, 20 gigabits, and 40 gigabits. I'm pretty sure I've checked some of the other component manufacturers, and I don't know that any other manufacturer is offering as many boards that we have as 40 gigabits. I know some of the manufacturers are only offering 10 and 20 gigabit space connections. So we're actually, I think, one of the few that are offering 40 gigabits connections on X670E based motherboards. So that's really, I think, one of the hallmarks of the Hero is going to be that it is offering 40 gigabits along with 20 gigabits and along with 10 gigabits. So it's a super stacked board in terms of I/O. This also supports DisplayPort, of course, over Type-C. You have 2.5 GHz LAN, Wi-Fi 6E with Bluetooth that is also going to be present on the motherboard, and multi-channel line level multi-channel audio out and an optical audio output. For the actual slots, also keep in mind that those 2 slots, you have one that's PCI Express Gen 5 and another that's also PCI Express Gen 5, right? And so that's important to keep in mind because, again, that secondary slot, you could use it for something like a PCI Express Hyper M.2 if you want to even have like 4 more M.2 SSDs. So keep in mind the motherboard right here, it gives you 2 that are going to be Gen 5, right? So you're going to have a total up to 5. So 2 that are Gen 5, 2 Gen 4, and then 1 via the add-in card, which would also be Gen 5. So that's a total of 3, right? So that would be in that configuration that we talked about, right? So this is where the Hyper M.2 card would install to give you that 3rd, and then the 2 that are going to be on the motherboard, right? But you could replace this card and go with something like a Hyper M.2 card and then have 4 plus the other 4. So that would give you a total of 8. So you could run like 8 M.2 based SSDs, which is pretty crazy as far as if you wanted to have that kind of permutation, right? And then also on the audio design is going to offer you the flexibility of being with the latest ESS Saber DAC, right, which is a new Saber DAC that we have that's even higher end from the prior Hero generation, which is a 32-bit quad DAC design. It has higher performing THD, higher performing signal to noise ratio, so it's a better overall DAC that just gives you better tonality, better detail, more sound stage, and it's just a better quality audio experience. Now again, if you're going to use like an analog headset, there's no difference. It's going to fundamentally be the same overall experience, or if you use something like the ROG Delta that you would plug into a USB port, it's going to bypass the analog audio design implementation. But if you've got a nice set of speakers, a nicer set of headphones, then that's where you're going to benefit, of course, from that ESS Saber DAC and amp that's built onto the motherboard, right? So that is going to cover you there. So let me go ahead and see there. If there's any quick questions that we have on the Hero, give me 1 second right there just to lay this down here really quick. Give me 1 second here, excuse me. All right. And hold on, give me a second, guys, just to take a look here through the comments to see if we got any questions that might have come up in there, because I know that between the Gene and between the Hero, now we get to the Extreme, there's been a lot of things that, of course, we've gone ahead and talked about that might be of relevancy. So let me go ahead and jump into that here. Extreme price, we're going to get to the Extreme. The Extreme is the next board, but I can tell you right there, the Extreme, it's $999. So that is the price for the Extreme. So it's $699 for the Hero. Okay. Are the M.2s stacked? No, there's no stacked M.2. So it's individual slots for each M.2 base SSDs. And also, I mean, I guess I can show you. It's again worth showing again on here. But remember, the Hero. Oh, sorry. Hold on, guys. I think, let me swap out here. Give me 1 second. I think this is why we have a backup battery. My secondary battery on my camera right here stopped. So give me 1 second to swap that one out. But I can show you again that, remember, that it's important to keep in mind that for the M.2 based design that we have, right? One of the benefits that you have here on the Hero, right, compared to, let's say, some of the other motherboards, is there will be more slots that are also going to be the dual contact based design. So that means that you have essentially the M.2 SSD has the heatsink on the top and on the bottom. So on the Hero, you're going to have 3 of those slots. Or take, for instance, like on the Dash E, you would have 1 of those slots. So again, for reference, if you're wondering what that means, right, is that here's the heatsink, there's the thermal pad, here's the heatsink, and then right here, here's the thermal pad, and there's the heatsink. So again, when you have these larger capacity, very high performance drives, Gen 4 and next generation Gen 5 drives that have NAND on the front and the back, high performance, higher wattage based controllers, you're going to want maybe more thermal dissipation, and the Hero will give you essentially more thermal dissipation for the front and the back because it'll support up to 3 M.2 based heatsinks. Excuse me, there's 5 M.2 heatsinks, right? All 5 of the drives that the motherboard can support have heatsinks, but 3 of them will support that front and that back heatsink design, okay? Let me go ahead and just see any other questions right there. Raffin, I missed the Gene talk. So does the Gene fit well with ROG FX Loki PSU? Yeah, there wouldn't be any reasons. I mean, you could entirely use the Loki if you wanted to use the Loki as far as a power supply for it. I mean, the main factor would be more so you would have to account for an SFXL based power supply. As far as essentially if you're going to use it, the bigger factor is the chassis, right? Is you verifying whether the chassis is essentially going to be sensible in that regard, right? So that would be your main kind of thing to keep in mind. I think I saw a question about Remus. Remus is asking both PCIe 5.0 routed to the CPU. So yes, if you're talking about the the two PCI Express slots that are on the motherboard. Both PCI Express slots are routed to the chipset, excuse me, to the CPU, and then also two of the slots, M.2 slot 1 and M.2 slot 2, are all provided essentially primarily to the CPU. And then the other slots or configurations or I/O, a lot of those other things are mapped into the two chipsets that you have on the motherboard. But to be honest, it doesn't matter, because a lot of people talk about, like, I want chipset link lanes versus CPU link lanes. It doesn't matter. The latency is a little bit better when you talk about directly connected to the CPU, but in terms of actually sustained realistic throughput, unless you're going to simultaneously try to hit all the drives in some synthetic benchmark, that would be the only way that you would really run into a realistic difference between the two links, right? Because when you talk about actual M.2 usage, almost no user, and even real world workflow that's a professional uses, hits sustained sequential bandwidth. So you're generally talking about saturation limits that are, you know, a few hundred megabytes to maybe a few thousand megabytes, right? And that's well underneath either one of the scenarios for either linked lane configuration. So saturation doesn't generally come into place, and latency is almost irrelevant in this regard, because there's generally very rarely any type of workflow that would be latency specific in that type of scenario. Maybe that might change when we talk about DirectX storage coming into play, excuse me, direct storage coming into play, but right now it wouldn't matter. But again, to answer your question, the primary physical by 16 and electrical by 16 slot is linked to the CPU, and then the secondary physical by 16, which then also can operate electrically at by 8, is linked to the CPU, and then M.2.1 and M.2.2 are also connected to the CPU. Okay? All right, so is there any more information on the ROG 360? Not right now, but stay tuned. We were going to be doing a demo on that cooler in the not too distant future, maybe around the end of the month. So keep it tuned here if you want to watch, and you're going to find out. We'll have it firsthand here. We're going to show it off to you, the brand new ROG 3 cooler. All right, so overall, that takes care of the Hero. So I think let's get ready to wrap it up here, guys. Let's actually show the last board and this lineup. We've had a lot of motherboards that we've been talking about. So let's get ready. Let's take a look at it. It's right there. It's right next to me. I think my battery bank wrapped out. I might have to go quickly grab another little battery adapter here for to show it off to you guys. But we've got right there the Crosshair Extreme. I mean, you can see it right there. It's a fantastic looking motherboard. I don't know if I necessarily need to throw it under the secondary camera. If you guys want me to pull it under the secondary camera, let me know, and I can definitely do that for you guys, because we're doing the stream for you guys, right? I don't remember if I noted that, but keep in mind that the Hero motherboard also has all the overclocking features, just like the Gene that we talked about. So you have, of course, AiOC, you have the dynamic OC switcher, you have the Core Flex technology, and you have the asynchronous overclocking support, right? So you have that secondary external clock generator that's also present on that motherboard. So you are definitely covered in that regard. Let me go ahead and quickly put the heatsink back on here on this one. I'm just going to go ahead and put the heatsink back on. And I'm going to put this one back up so we can kind of see it a little bit, just kind of side by side right there. All right. Okay, very cool. Got that installed right there. All right. And let me get that back on my stand over here, guys. Rafin's asking, do you know if it's going to get a water block? I can't speak for EK. I can tell you I would almost assume that it will. EK almost always consistently makes a water block for the Crosshair series because they are pretty much the most popular enthusiast-based AMD motherboards that are on the market. Again, that's just generationally, that is the reality, right? We are the #1 motherboard manufacturer in the world. We have been for 15 years consecutively. Actually, might be longer than that. Yeah, I would expect it, but you would have to reach out to EK and confirm with them on that support. But again, you don't really need a monoblock. I mean, a monoblock might look cool, but of course the VRM heatsink is more than enough. But yes, if you were looking for a cool looking monoblock, I'm sure that would be of interest to you, right? So yeah, just reach out to them, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the Extreme, guys, and we will get ready to close things out here. So let me bring up the Extreme board. There we go, there's the Extreme. And let's go ahead and bring up our little video here on the Extreme. All right, so this is a fantastic looking motherboard. Of course, it's been the board that you've seen right here next to me from the very beginning. It doesn't have the animation on because I moved the little power bank that I had that was powering the display for your guys' reference. But of course, you can see right there, the big difference, of course, right off on the bat when you talk about the Extreme is going to be that the Extreme does feature the Anime display matrix, right? And so that is going to be that fully customizable display, which you can put GIFs, you can put animations, you can put different types of designs, text, a clock in there. And that does have full ASUS Aura Sync support that's also present on there. It does have also a lot of customization. I'll actually show you kind of a little bit what like the editor looks like in terms of the flexibility that you have within there. The Extreme also, of course, is going to feature the highest power delivery that we have on any of the models. But again, the Gene is already going to be really the XOC-centric based model, and all the models that we've talked about have fantastic power delivery designs. But this is a 20+2, 110 amp power stages, 10K rated capacitors, microfine alloy chokes, the 8-layer PCB, which is low loss, specialized PCB. Of course, those 2 ounces of copper that are also present within there. The power stages, if I didn't note it right, they're SPS power stages, but Extreme, Hero, and Gene all mirror the same type of overall total power delivery design implementation and that holistic approach to be everything from the PCB to the VRM to the cooling solution to, of course, the UEFI and the firmware quality, right? So from top to bottom, you're going to get the best there in terms of the ROG CROSSHAIR series, right? As you're looking there, you'll also see the Gen Z add-in card, right? So that's the Gen Z add-in card that we have on the motherboard. So that's just like the Gene. So that is an add-in card that will allow you to go ahead PCI Gen 5 and then PCI Gen 4, right? But you'll also see right there, you have the Hyper M.2 expansion card. So that also is supported on that motherboard. So the Extreme is going to give you the support for actually having up to 4 PCI Express Gen 5 M.2 base SSDs. So the Gene was 2, the Hero is 3, and the Extreme 4 PCI Express Gen 5 M.2 base SSDs, right? And then 1 PCI Express Gen 4 M.2 base SSD. And then in terms of the heatsink backplate design, it's actually 1 less than the Hero. It's 2 versus 3. But every drive has an M.2 base heatsink that's present on there. And of course, we also still have the M.2 Q-latch design that's present on there. And then the Extreme, just like the Hero, does have the dual PCI Express 5 PCI Express slots that are present on the motherboard, right? So let's go ahead and take a closer look here at the Extreme board. Give me 1 second here to open that up here for the Extreme. And did I not grab, don't remember if I grabbed the pictures for what's in the box. Oh yeah, I want to show you guys the what's in the box for comes in the Extreme, because there's a lot that comes in the Extreme box. So just so you remember. So of course you get the Extreme, right? The Extreme comes inside the box. You get 4 SATA cables. You get the ROG screwdriver. It's actually a pretty nice little screwdriver. You actually get multiple splitter cables. So these are actually fan splitter cables. They're nice, actually kind of sheathed, braided fan extension cables. So you can go multiplex 1 cable to multiples, right? You then have multiple ARGB extension cables. You have the USB flash drive. You have the GPU brace. You have the Voltition cables that come with the Voltition. You have the PCI M.2 expansion card. You have an extra thermal pad. You then also have the ARGB fan controller. And then the Gen Z.2 add-in card, and then the keychain, right? Now the controller, let me go ahead and actually show you just a little bit of a closer shot here of the controller. I have an image of that one so you can see it. The demo sample that I have, I don't have a second one. I'm actually using it right here on this Extreme board that I have set up. So I don't want to pull it off there, but I have an image right here that I can show you. So this actually attaches to the motherboard via the USB, and then you have SATA power, and then you can see ARGB in to be able to synchronize it, and you have multiple ARGB connectors. So you have 1 ARGB there, and then 1, 2, 3 additional fan headers. And then when we go to the other side, excuse me, you can just see right here, it's almost like size like a SATA drive, and then you have included actually double-sided tape so that you can go ahead and mount it wherever you find that's going to be kind of most convenient for you, right? So you have 3 ARGB headers that are on there, and then you also have 3 more fan headers on there. So essentially you just add those to the total number of fan headers and ARGB headers that are going to be on the Extreme board, okay? So a lot of flexibility in that regard by just being able to add more. So let's go back over to the board. And we'll take a look right here, and same thing like we did with the Hero. Let's go ahead and take a look at kind of the ID design there side by side. So there's the Extreme. You have, of course, the Hero, excuse me, the Extreme without the RGB lighting. Very much like the Hero, looks fantastic. But then if you want the RGB lighting, you have one RGB lighting zone right here. You have the edge lighting that's on the side, and then you also have the enemy display matrix that's right there. Okay, so the Youngmos, does it have thermal sensor? Yes, it does also come. You get the thermistor cables inside the box too. I just didn't cover that, but yeah, you do also have thermistor cables in there as well, right? So you can see right here, you get essentially just more RGB lighting zones. If we get closer in on the board, let me go ahead and kind of get a little bit tighter right here on the board. We can take a closer look. I'm going to leave it in the non-RGB because I think it looks fantastic. You'll see that it's a very, very large and robust heatsink design. So an even larger, kind of very dense heatsink design that we have right here. Same dual ProCool power connectors, right? The same Hydro node support. You can always know a Hydro node fan header right there when you see the P designation next to the chassis fan. So then you've got your voltage monitoring points. Same thing in terms of the 3 RGB headers. Keep in mind that all the connectors right here are going to be generally right angle on this board, as opposed to on traditionally on this kind of standard board. This one does also have the PCI alteration mode switch. An update for the Extreme will be compared to standard kind of the other boards is you have dual USB-C headers. So you have one internal header here, and then you also have another internal header here. And this one you also see it has the PD power, because the PD power means that you have that 60 watts fast charging support, right? So you can have up to 60 watts of charging support for that. Let me see if I have a little bit of that angled slot. Here we go to the rear I/O. You can see, of course, 4, 2, so that's 6, 8, right? 12 USB ports, and this one just like the Hero, right? So you get 40 gigabits, 20 gigabits, and 10 gigabits. There's no USB 2, 10G and 2G, Wi-Fi 6E, and Bluetooth, multi-channel audio, and optical output, and 40 gigabits. 40 gigabits, again, clear CMOS and USB BIOS flashback, right? So that pretty much covers. There's the Gen Z.2 add-in card, a little bit kind of close up right there, right? And if I need to kind of show it to you, I can show it to you if I need to pull the board, but you'll see that actually the connectors right here, you've got your ARGB cable, you got your water pump cable, chassis fans. There's also a little bit of a breakout cable that connects to some of these right here, like the ARGB. So you'll see there's actually a breakout cable that connects to here that then will give you more ARGB cables. You have then 2 legacy USB 3 right there. The radiator fan cable, which splits out, the SATA cables, and then the water flow sensor, right? Again, for water flow, temperature inlet, and temperature outlet monitoring. That secondary USB-C header and that other USB-C header that's there. One header that it might be actually a little bit tricky to see is that this board also at the top should have this. Yeah, I don't even know if I have an image that shows it off really well. Let me see if I can show it right here. I don't even think I have an image that shows it off. So I might need to grab the board. But there's actually up here, right behind here, there's a WB sensor. So if a partner does produce a water block that takes advantage of the WB sensor, the WB sensor essentially has flow monitoring, leak monitoring, temperature inlet and outlet monitoring built into that. So when they connect the block, all that information can be passed through, and then it could be registered on here on the OLED Live Dash display. You could actually see that information be displayed right here. So the OLED Live Dash display, you can have temperature information, you can have frequency, you can have all kinds of different parameters, you can have GIFs, you can have animations, all kinds of different information. And then the anime matrix is more kind of a personalized aesthetic, right, where you can have GIFs, animations, time, text, or you can put in ASUS or a sync mode. So those are all the different kind of parameters right there for the Extreme board, right? So, all right, let me go ahead and bring up just the high kind of flyover there on the Extreme. Let me see if there's other kind of quick questions right there. Anyone know where to get 90-degree cables? I would like to hide the cables as much as possible. Check out, of course, you can check out AliExpress, eBay, Cable Mods, right? A lot of different partners. The most important thing is just depends on whether you like to. I don't personally like to sometimes hide cables. I like to kind of see a little bit of an arc and kind of show sometimes cables off. The thing that you want to keep in mind with this type of design, though, is that the chassis, because it's an EATX, you may actually be running over potential cable routing points. So you actually want to make sure that the board is in alignment to where there's actually spacing for cables to kind of be passed through or routed. So that is a very important point to keep in mind. And it's also the reason why we generally don't also like doing a right angle connector. We do it because a lot of people really like it on the specifically the Extreme, but on the other boards we do not do generally like doing right angle connectors because they present more mechanical conflicts. Okay. Suman's going, thanks. I was wondering if I can use the Gen Z add-in card and the PCI card for M.2. Yes, you can use both. So Suman, if you're wondering, you can use the Gen Z add-in card and you can also put in the Hyper M.2 add-in card if you wanted to. You can run both of those at the same time. Remus is asking about, will we see any ProArt video cards? We don't have any plans to produce ProArt video cards. Right now, we already produce ROG STRIX. We have, of course, then TUF Gaming. We then have Dual. We then also have KO. We then have standard ASUS cards. We have Phoenix, and we have Turbo, right? Sometimes Turbo. We don't always necessarily have Turbo. So it's a lot of graphics cards already from a design and development perspective. And I think that the Dual cards are actually a really great complementary graphics card to go with ProArt series. And also, I think actually TUF Gaming I think looks really good because they're very monochrome, so they fit quite well. But no plans to produce a ProArt series graphics card. Okay. Just see right there. Was there any other questions on the Extreme board? If not, let's go ahead and just go over here on the flyover, right? So again, just as a general recap, here's the breakdown. Again, 12 ports. The big thing again on the Crosshair series on the Extreme is you get the 40 gigabits. You get 4 USB-C. They're all high-speed based ports. So 10 gigabits, 20 gigabits, and 40 gigabits. You have the USB-C alt display support. On the Extreme, you step up to 10G versus just 2.5G on the Hero. Dual LAN, and then of course all the other connectors that we already talked about, all the other headers, the Gen Z, right? And you also make sure that you keep in mind that this board comes included with the Gen Z add-in card and the Hyper M.2 add-in card, so both of those come included inside the box. All right, so that is going to be the Crosshair Extreme. So that pretty much wraps it up. Chris is asking, is there a temp setter header on the ProArt board? I believe there is actually one OPT temp sensor that is on the board. Keep in mind also within the software, you do have the flexibility that you can actually go in and go to the Fan Expert software for temperature input mapping and reference many other temperature input sources. So you could reference the GPU, you could reference the VRM, you can reference actually different temperature portions on the motherboard. But let me go ahead and just double check and see if I can check that for you. I am pretty sure that I think it does have an OPT temp sensor. I think I noted that earlier too when we were going over the board. Yep, right here. So for whoever was asking that, Carlos right here, right? Yeah, so I noted this earlier right here. So you can see down here, here's the clear CMOS button, and then here's the temperature sensor. So you have the temperature sensor on this motherboard. So if you did want to use that for like custom water cooling based purposes or something like that, then you do have the flexibility, okay? So David asking is, what's the one defining feature that you makes things the Extreme worth the extra money over the Hero? It's probably, I think it's really probably got to be the anime display matrix, right? I think that that's kind of really the really cool thing that elevates it, because you could add 10G to the Hero easily from an add-in card, right? But it's really, I think, overall kind of the comprehensive things that all come with the Extreme, right? I mean, the whole point on the Extreme is having that kind of additional layer of the aesthetic flair, right? Having the anime display matrix, having the OLED live dash display, having 10G already on the motherboard, having that right angle design. Although I do really love the Gen Z add-in card. I mean, for me, that Gen Z add-in card, having that flexibility to just take the M.2, just slide that in there and have that even be a PCI Express Gen 5, I think that's also a really nice feature. I also really do like, I noted it there in terms of what's inside the box, but I really do like the Voltition because I'm a tweaker and tuner. I like overclocking. But all the overclocking features are already on the Gene, but on the Hero, but it doesn't have the Voltition. So in that way, I almost like the Gene a little bit more, because on the Gene I get the Voltition, but on the Hero gives me the better audio, and I have even a little bit more I/O. So that's kind of like the thing, is that the Extreme gives me the best of both worlds. I get everything that the Gene has, but I also get everything that the Hero has. So it's kind of difficult to say like what's that one defining thing, when I really think it's the synergy of giving everything that you get from the Gene and from the Hero, where you don't lose anything. You're getting literally everything, and you're getting even more, right? Because that there's still nobody in the industry that's matching anything like even what we do with the OLED Live Dash display, with the Anime Matrix, with the Voltician, then all the overclocking options you have available to you. So the Extreme is really what its name is. It's for those that absolutely want the best in pretty much almost all those areas, right? So yeah. Nice dodge, right? You know, it's a little bit hard. It's hard maybe because for me also, you know, I've worked with our team on so many of those features, so it's very difficult for me to kind of go that. But I still think, you know, if you look at my feedback, I tell a lot of people that I think that the Dash E, I think, is overall maybe the strongest SKU for a lot of the enthusiasts. But, you know, the Prime is a really, really nice model, and the fact that all of them have dynamic OC switcher is really great too. All right, guys, so we still have quite a number of people that are stayed here in the stream. So I know that I noted in the thumbnail that we were going to do a little bit of the overclocking OC to show that. How many people still want to see that? I'm willing to go ahead and I guess show you guys. If you still do want to see it, I can give you a little bit of the run through of the ASUS AiOC if you guys are still interested. If not, don't worry, there will be a full dedicated stream that I will have specifically on AM5 overclocking, where we're going to talk about ASUS AiOC, dynamic OC switcher, Core Flex, and the async based functionality, the asynchronous based external clock generator. But if you guys do want to see it, I can't show it to you right now. All right. All right. Cactus says show us. Miguel Santana says crispy. Sue Man says overclocking. All right, guys. I think this might be one of the longest streams we've done. But let's go ahead and let me go ahead and do it. So this is going to take me a moment. I've got to actually pull out my board right here. So let me get the actual board set up right here, and we will get ready to show you guys here. David's like, unless you have to eat and sleep. You know, thankfully I have an amazing fiance, and she's taking care of our pups right now. I do want to eat, but I don't think this will take too long. This should take probably about 15 to 20 minutes, guys, to be able to actually show you the ASUS AiOC functionality. The main thing I want to be able to show you guys here is the benefit of essentially of how we are going to give you that flexibility to be able to do the curve optimization, right? So that in the past, if you had to actually apply the curve optimization, it was a little bit more complicated. So I'm going to show you actually the parameters and some of the new options that exist within the UEFI environment. So let me go ahead and set this up here quickly, set these boards aside, and get this set up right here. All right, so move this aside right there. And if anybody has any questions on the other boards that we ended up, like I said, we've pretty much covered everything, you know, I think from top to bottom, right? Again, we covered all the Prime series, we covered the TUF Gaming series, the ProArt series, the ROG STRIX series, and the Crosshair series. So hopefully everybody has a pretty good understanding. But if there was something that you felt was missing, feel free and let me know, okay? And again, probably most of you that are still watching here are probably part of our ASUS PC DIY group. If you're not, though, you know, consider joining us there. You know, we have an amazing community of people within that group, and I share a lot of content in there. So if you're looking for a space to be able to kind of have an understanding of a lot of the great features, functions, designs, and stuff like that that we're doing, then we can do that. All right, guys, give me one sec. I'm just going to mute this just for a moment so you guys don't hear all the ruffling about of moving kind of boxes and stuff. All right, guys, so I've got part of my little test bed set up right here. So this test bed, just in case you're wondering what's this kind of look like right here, this is our Hero-based motherboard. So remember, in terms of the ASUS AiOC technology, if any of the motherboards you see actually state that they have ASUS AiOC technology, this function or this feature that I'm demonstrating to you would be applicable on that motherboard. But keep in mind, some of the specialized options that I might show you, like the asynchronous mode, would be exclusively only to like the ROG CROSSHAIR series and to the -E model that feature the secondary external clock generator, right? But the basic things like dynamic OC switcher and also core flex would be present pretty much on almost all the models are going to have them, right? Down to the the Pro, the TUF Gaming, the Creator, and then ROG STRIX and ROG CROSSHAIR. So in terms of this setup, if you're just kind of again wondering right here, this is the CROSSHAIR Hero. Right, I got that right there. I have an G-Skill kit of memory right here. This is an EXPO kit of memory at 6000 MT. Do keep in mind that if you guys are interested in overclocking, do check the footnotes out in terms of AMD's information regarding warranty when you consider overclocking your DRAM. So that is just something to kind of keep in mind there. In terms of the cooler, this is a ROG Strix LC2. So this is our 240 millimeter AIO cooler. I did go ahead and change the fans. It doesn't make that much of a difference. These are the ROG Strix XF120 fans, so these are just our standard fans. But normally this one would actually come with our ARGB based fans, but I just swapped it out as these are even just a little bit higher performing. But we also have a 280 millimeter version and a 360 millimeter version, or you could use the Ryujin, which I have over here, which you guys don't see because I have the crosshair and stream in front of it. And then I've just got a 650 watt power supply because it doesn't really matter for the kind of the demo that I'm going to be doing right here. So this is just a 650 watt. And I'm also even only connecting one just 8-pin, but remember, we actually have higher performance, right, with our ProCool power connectors, right, when we're going with an 8-pin in terms of our kind of setup right there. So we've got that there, good to go. Let's get our power switched on there. All right, let me just see right there, any quick questions we came up there. Overclocking the RAM beyond 6 gigahertz wouldn't slow down the performance of the CPU as it would be off of the Infinity cache. So there's a little bit of kind of some interesting things when it comes into overclocking DRAM on Zen. I mean, there's no longer as importance as there was, of course, in terms of maintaining the 1-to-1, but there are still different gears that you kind of have to account for in terms of how that works in relation to your DRAM. So I also think too, from a gaming perspective, it depends if you're talking about an application that benefits from bandwidth, because some applications, a lot of users just focus purely on timings and latency, but bandwidth actually can be very important to applications that are multi-threaded. So like web browsers, take for instance, can actually have more of a benefit from sometimes than you can have from latency. And there's also a lot of sub-timings that aren't in the primary timing stack that can actually be much more impactful to performance. So as always, when you consider kind of overclocking memory or tuning memory, you want to consider what you're attempting to achieve. Is it a balance towards kind of application performance as a whole? Is it specifically gears towards gaming? Is it more of a kind of a lightly threaded workload as opposed to, of course, a multi-threaded workload? You know, there's a lot of these kind of different factors to kind of evaluate right there, right? So yes, nice cable management. Sorry right there. Yes, we don't have, normally my demo system is a little bit nicer right there, but because we already had that up and running, that's just the way that it is. All right, so we should have our power right here. And there we go. It's lit up. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get that started here. And got a keyboard and mouse over here somewhere. Yep. Gladius Mouse 3, great mouse. If you're looking for an upgrade, I love it. We got it on sale a lot, so check it out, guys. All right, and get our keyboard here. Claymore, you gotta love it. You can go TTL, you can go wire to wireless. You need a keyboard upgrade, check out the Claymore 2. Also, we just released the new wireless editions of the ROG Strix, the ROG Strix wireless series, which are actually our tri-mode. They're wireless, USB-C, and Bluetooth, so you can actually do all three, which is pretty sweet. All right. Okay, that should be kind of good right there. Should be enough room to give me the flexibility. Everybody can just let me know audio is still coming in good right there, guys. That would be appreciated. I think my battery should be okay there. If not, I got a secondary cable. And let's get our audio out, our graphics output. So we're going to actually use the integrated graphics for this little demo session here, because that's one of the nice things is we don't actually have to have a discrete graphics card. Oh, I just went into red because it booted into the OS, so we're good to go there. All right. Okay, yeah, there we can. If you can see wireless sync, because everything is all synced up and working correctly. Okay, very, very cool. All right, let me just go ahead and see quickly before we get started right here. Any quick questions, if anything came up there. So what is the difference on the Pro connector on the CPU compared to, compared to the normal? So it actually has to do with the pins. So the actual pins are thicker pins, so that allows us to have a higher current handling. I think the individual per pin is right should be 9 amps, right? So overall, that's something like almost like 350 watts, right, per each then connector with the reinforced design. And ultimately, having the dual connectors with the reinforced pins allows us to have actually better thermal distribution and load balancing, and also helps to be better for some cables, because some cables where they might be rated for up to like 30 amps, we find that sometimes they don't have as good performance. They start to actually have more issues in terms of fatigue or thermal considerations, sometimes even at 24 amps. So actually having the two connectors with higher current handling and also lower temperature because of less impedance gives you better performance. So it's really kind of a combination of factors. We actually first designed and developed this for our server and workstation series products, where very, very high level of current demand is present because their systems are always running heavy, 16, 18, 24 hours a day. So the demands were quite demanding there, and that was a design first implemented there, and then we brought that over to actually our overclocking centric boards. And so that is what I'm referring to in terms of those Pro-Cool power connectors. Hey, Mr. Ian, happy to have you here, man. Thanks so much for joining us. Very, very cool. Do I know when the Ryujin 360 should be back in stock? It should be pretty much back in stock. If not, email me pcdiy@asus.com or tag me in the PC DIY group, and I'll see if I can find out when we have a timeline for there, right? All right. Oh, yes, music. Thank you guys so much. I did put that music there just while I was doing the cleanup, so very, very cool. All right. Can the X670 Extreme be water cooled? Of course it can be water cooled. I just talked about how it even has a water cooling sensor on there. It has water cooling headers on there specifically for temperature inlet, temperature outlet, and flow monitoring. I'm probably sure, I don't want to say 100%, but I'm about 90% sure that we're going to have partners that will come out with a block probably for either the Extreme or for the Hero model. But if you just want to use a standard CPU water block, 100% you can do water cooling, and it's really purpose built for water cooling enthusiasts, right? All right, so let's go ahead and get ready to take a look right here. Okay, so let me see right here. All right, we are in the OS environment, so we've got that switched out right there. All right, so let's go actually into our UEFI right here. All right. Hey, Evie, thanks for your feedback. Actually, I think I'll be actually checking some feedback with the simulcast actually stream network that we utilize. I actually have a full mirrorless setup, so actually I think it's just more the simulcast streaming service. We actually output our streams to try to give most flexibility to a lot of people that follow us. So we actually stream this on YouTube, on Facebook, and on actually Twitter. So I think the simulcast service can be affecting a little bit of that. But overall, I'm pretty happy with it. But we'll definitely take that feedback back and see if we can improve upon that. So thank you for your feedback. All right, so we should be getting ready to boot up into the UEFI here in a little bit. There we go. Actually, I think I should have. Well, let's load the standard parameters, and once we actually get into the OS, we'll run a quick actually benchmark so that we can just see kind of for reference, right? But if we're inside the UEFI environment right here, we're just going to go load our UEFI defaults, right? And the first thing you would actually see now is that new is you're going to see right here the AiOC F1 guide. And if you did want to enable it, there's a great nice breakdown that tells you kind of how everything works. If you didn't want to watch this stream and kind of figure this out, although we'll have the dedicated live stream in the future, which will talk just about overclocking. But you'll see right there, you would just go ahead and enable AI. But we're not going to go ahead and do that yet. I do actually want to show you guys a couple of little things that are in here. So the first thing by default is, of course, normally when you would go through, you would have the option of saying, let's go and enable either automatic or go to Expo 1 or Expo 2 profiles, or you could go ahead and go to manual. Now here in the E-clock mode, this is actually what I was referring to, that if you did have a motherboard that had this secondary clock generator that's on the motherboard, you could do this asynchronous based overclocking. The asynchronous overclocking would allow you to go ahead and customize the actual bay clock frequency to allow you to have that work in conjunction with something like PBO, which would be a great way to extend the additional margin of overclocking frequency. The one disadvantage of this if you didn't have the asynchronous is that if you attempted to do this, you would be modifying other actually buses, which would be far more likely to have instability because they're very sensitive to the actual B clock, right? So this is a big value add, which again, it's going to be exclusive on the Gene board. You're going to have it on the Hero board, you'll have it on the Extreme board, and you'll also have it on the Dash E board. So you have that flexibility that's available to you. So that's when I was talking about that asynchronous clock generator, that's what we're referring to, okay? Memory frequency is pretty straightforward right there, right? I'm not going to worry about that. Now, this is the other kind of item that a lot of people in the past, they don't necessarily use this now in AMD as much, but some people that still do kind of all core based overclocking, per core CCX is what we generally refer to when you want to go through and essentially have an overclock that exists all the cores. And a per core CCX based overclock would allow you to go ahead and let's say target like 5.0 and then 5.1 or 5.1 or 5.2 across everything, right? But you see the cool option here is that you have dynamic OC switcher which can work with per CCX, but we're not going to touch yet into that. Here's just showing you the per CCX based option. When we go into precision boost overdrive, some of the new options you're going to see here is that you have some options to be able to enhance precision boost overdrive specific for lighter workloads. Another cool option that you're actually also going to see here is that, you'll see here that there's an option to not just say enabled, but also enhancement. So the cool thing about actually enhancement is that this actually works in conjunction with our R&D team. So we've actually made the parameters align with values that we essentially know work best within the way that our motherboard's been defined. A lot of times users will have this granularity to kind of start defining their own values, but those values could vary quite a bit from one motherboard to another motherboard. And so the benefit now is we actually have a tailored profile that if you wanted to enable PBO, you could go with this enhancement option. But this is still not really ideal because you're still not necessarily taking advantage of like the dynamic OC switcher or curve optimization. So just because you enable PBO doesn't mean that you're getting the next level of a performance tuning, which would be a curve optimization. So normally what you would have to do is you'd have to go into curve optimizer, right? And then you would have to go in here and you would have to go per cores, and then you would have to start defining these offsets per each one of these, right, to try to go ahead and attempt to have additional margin. And that could be really tedious. It can literally take hours, right, and you have to go back in and test. So the really cool thing that we've done with ASUS AiOC is that we've actually gone and automatically enabled the curve optimization with the PBO, with dynamic OC switcher and corresponding targets to do all of that for you. So you don't have to worry about that. So let's go in and we're going to go back to just defaults. And we're going to go and just do a little bit of a performance test quickly. We'll do something like Geekbench, just so that'll be pretty quick. Yeah, I already loaded that, sorry. And we'll reboot in there. And we'll take a comparative value. We'll go back and enable the ASUS AiOC functionality, show you how that works, and then we'll do kind of a little bit of compare. So Mr. Coltex is asking, is this on all boards? So again, remember, the feature that's kind of consistent on all boards is the ability to have Ryzen Core Flex and Dynamic OC Switcher, and generally ASUS AiOC. The asynchronous external clock generator is not on all the motherboards. That is only on the Dash E, on the Hero, and on the Extreme. So on the 3 Crosshair boards and then on the Dash E that you have there. So keep in mind that there is definitely a difference in terms of that not all the motherboards will support that asynchronous based overclocking. Okay. And let me go ahead and show you, if you actually were to check this like on the website, how you could see if that model has, I guess, like the corresponding like information that you're wondering about in terms of kind of the overclocking design. So let me see right here, if I show you this right here. Okay, there we go. Oh, here you get. So if you see right here, if you go to like the motherboard, this is for the mini ITX motherboard, you'll see that under the overclocking section will tell you which features it has. So you can see right there, it tells you it has, hey, it has AI overclocking, right? And it actually kind of explains to you what I was talking about right there, right? The dynamic OC switcher. It also has the Core Flex, which is a new feature, which is really, really cool, especially for more lightly threaded kind of tuning where you can adjust it for temperature, current, and voltage. And then also the PBO enhancement, which you can see we auto-define the parameters for EDC, PPT, TDC, Fmax, and scalar. Where normally going to Reddit, there's tons of all this conjecture on which values to use. But again, they can very much be definitive to not only the CPU, but also to the motherboard that you're utilizing. But because we've tested tons of samples of CPUs and we know our motherboards because we designed them along with our auto rules, we can help to now automatically define those parameters for you to have a better experience, right? So that's that. Let me go ahead and now get back into the UEFI here. And, excuse me, back into the desktop. So we're back into the desktop. Yep, there we go. All right. Too many mouses right here. All right. There we go. Yeah, it's my mouse. I have, sorry. Okay. Let me just see right there if we have anything. Oh man, I remember when I did something for David Dugdale. Wow, that's been quite some time, but that was really cool to be able to work with Dave. He's a very cool creator that we did actually, I think, was it X299 or, I don't remember if X299, I think it was X299 or X99. We did a PC build with him to be able to kind of show off kind of building a system, and that was a really cool build to be able to kind of do from a content creation perspective, right? Sorry, let me go ahead and switch this up here and remove this. Okay. Okay, all right. And actually, I forgot to reset one thing, so I'm actually going to reboot that back 1 second. Sorry. So give me 1 second right there. It's kind of hard to start this here. Oh, actually, I don't think I need to do that. I think I already resetted this. I reset the defaults. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. That's fine. It's entirely okay there. I was on a different system too there. We'll get it up there in a second. No worries. Okay, so we're going to boot up here, and what we're going to end up doing is, like I said, we're going to go into the UEFI environment. Excuse me, we'll go into the desktop environment. We'll run the Geekbench. We'll get your kind of the base score. We'll also show you how you actually can see the per core tuning variable, as well as the curve optimization that's set within Ryzen Master. So if you kind of wanted to see what that looks like in terms of like a before and after, how you could kind of compare this information. Because the really cool thing that also is achievable when you go about doing this AiOC is that you don't have to use this as a guaranteed kind of mechanism to enable the overclock. If you then want to still be able to work from that, you could still go in and work off of the baseline that we've kind of set for you. Just keep in mind that the baseline that we've set for you is quite good, because unlike you only have maybe one, maybe two CPU samples if you're kind of be testing stuff. We've tested through hundreds of permutations, not only different coolers, but also different CPUs to figure out kind of their effective tuning range in terms of that curve optimization, right? And kind of learning those things. There's also a really cool option that we have in terms of the dynamic OC switcher that I'll show you that you can tailor that will change actually how it can switch between light loads and heavier loads, so that if you want to tune that based on your game or based on your workflow experience, you may get better performance in some scenarios, right? All right, so here we go. All right, so we're in here. Yeah, we're going to go back into the desktop. I'll just keep it, it'll boot quickly, so I'm just going to leave it right here. ProArt says it has AI overclocking. That is correct. So the ProArt motherboard does have the AI overclocking feature. It doesn't have the external clock generator, but it does have the ASUS AiOC overclocking technology, dynamic OC switcher, and it has the Core Flex. So yes, I covered that in the overview for the ProArt motherboard, so it still gives you a nice level of functionality in terms of being able to give you a lot of options for taking your Ryzen to the next level, right? So if you want to be able to performance tune it, then you definitely have some good options. So we're going to be posting here in a little bit, and some people might be wondering about, the post process. We've already done a lot of fine tuning, I think, in that regard. So overall, you shouldn't generally see very, very long training sessions, but you will probably see a little bit of, I think, longer training session than you would probably see for maybe your current generation platform, but it shouldn't be significantly that much longer, right? All right, so we should be getting here into the, we're in the desktop. AV, you have a question on your Asus Rampage Extreme Omega? Yeah, if you have a question, feel free, go ahead and ask. All right, so you can test this in a lot of different ways. You could use things like Nova Bench, you could use a Passmark, you could use actually a browser-based benchmark like Speedometer or different applications. Different applications have, of course, different loads, so you always want to kind of be mindful of that, right? But let's go and first go ahead and, I guess, bring up Geekbench here. And this is what we're going to be using, just essentially to have like kind of your base performance benchline, your performance baseline. Normally, I always recommend having, a few different applications that you're using to create your performance baseline, right? So from there, right, we're going to go ahead and we can run the benchmark. So we'll go ahead and just let it run through. And it's going to run at its base, of course, operating parameters. As you saw already, we had cleared the CMOS and we actually set it to UEFI default. So right now, actually, the memory is not even running at its overclock frequency. So keep in mind, again, if you were to enable your memory, then you would also be benefiting from the increased performance that you also have in relation to the memory. And I'll show you actually, once we even overclock it, and we actually have the ASUS AiOC, we can actually quickly run a temperature test using this cooling solution and then under a game, because I know that there's a lot of discussion regarding kind of the temperature, and while the actual max temperature that's supported for the CPU is actually considerably over. I think it's about 115 degrees in terms of what you can set for the PBO kind of thermal limit. People are kind of wondering about the 95 degrees. Keep in mind that's only under a heavy multi-threaded workload. So professionals, people that are going to be actively running extended renders, running science and simulation or production workflows, they would be factoring and considering essentially those higher power envelopes and essentially higher heat levels. But for gaming and for general desktop productivity, you won't be seeing those type of thermals. You'll be seeing actually much lower thermals. Now, you might see peaks in terms of that because the sensors, as well as the quick ramping policy of the way that the actual architecture works, will immediately hit that up quickly. But in terms of your overall nominal temperatures, if you're gaming for 15, 20, 30 minutes, an hour, you won't see 95 degrees, even if you had the ASUS AiOC switcher enabled. So this is an important difference of understanding kind of a normal workload versus, let's say, a more synthetic or, let's say, a more professional workload or production-oriented workflow. Thanks. Nice wallpaper. Yes, we are still live. This is still live. All right. So right here, we can see we've got the score. I like to then use something like here. You can use snipping tool or share it or something like that, right, to go ahead and capture, your screenshot. So let's go ahead and save that. You could also save it directly there. Right, we'll just go ahead and just put it here on the desktop. We'll just name this stock. Okay, so we've gone ahead and labeled that stock, right? So we have our baseline right there, right? Okay, and so if you also, again, wanted to kind of just see the temperatures, we'll see that a little bit afterwards. But at that point, right, all we need to again do is go back into the UEFI. So let's go back into the UEFI. So let me just see right here. So the question is, I have a Rampage Extreme Omega Wi-Fi, yeah, well, of course it would have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, right? So what is your recommendation? Should I replace it for Premiere Woke and gaming, right? So that's interesting. Rampage is still a really performance-based platform, but definitely if you talk about multi-production workflow, Premiere Pro does use a lot of threads, and the single performance increase, the single-threaded performance increase in Zenfo is extremely impressive. I would say that for a production workflow, yes, you could probably see a substantial improvement in overall performance, plus the bandwidth performance benefits that you have, right, from the chipset platform in terms of the I/O. It's tough. I mean, you essentially already have a really nice system, essentially still with a Rampage Extreme. So you've got tons of PCI expansion. You can support lots of high-speed storage. You have high-speed I/O, and it's not like it's definitely a slouch in performance. But I mean, you could be seeing workload improvements, right, depending on the CPU that you're coming up from, where you could be looking at, you know, literally twice to 3 times the performance, which is insane if you talk about that from a production standpoint. So I would say it would be really, you know, something for you to maybe evaluate. I can't say if 100% if it makes sense for you. Plus DDR5, the bandwidth benefits that it can provide in some of the workflow that you would provide too, I would say that there's at least reasonable aspect for you to consider. And then definitely from a gaming perspective, the single core performance increase that you would have compared to what you would have on that Intel platform would be quite a bit of a bump up, because it's quite competitive even with the kind of more lightly threaded CPUs that you have. So it's definitely something to consider. All right, so let's go ahead and jump now in here. So we're back into the UEFI environment. Now, if we wanted to enable ASUS AiOC, all we need to go is just go here, you just click this button, and that's it. That's literally all you're going to need to do. And if you wanted to manually do it, you would just head over right here to the core ratio. You would then set that to AI optimize, and you would be good to go. We do see that you actually also have 2 options that we give you some flexibility to control this. So you can go and you can set this to either performance or to power efficiency. So you can actually still get the ASUS AiOC, but if you wanted to tune down to not necessarily have it be as much in terms of rampant on the power consumption, bring down temperatures a little bit more, then you could actually change that to a power efficient option. Right. And if we all go over here to the AI features, there's even some additional options that we give you here. So the cool thing is you can see that there's now a readout of the information. You can see that we're breaking that down for you, right? Here's all the frequency information. And then here's all the information that we're tracking. So you can see Curve Optimizer. Normally, you as a user, you would have to go in, and you remember I said set all of those values. Guess what? Now ASUS AiOC has automatically set the offsets for you for each one of those increments. So you can see right there we have the negative offsets. That's so much easier to be able to work as the baseline. We've set a new Fmax limit, which increases the actual frequency. We've also made adjustments to the scaler. All these items have been toggled. And then look, in terms of the dynamic OC switcher, we've automatically enabled it for you, and then also sent the current threshold value. The current threshold value is what dictates when essentially the AiOC and the dynamic OC switcher will kick on to shift between that more of an all-thread or multi-threaded workload versus a more gaming or lightly threaded workload. So we've done all of those things automatically for you, where in the past you would have had to go in and enable PBO. You would have had enabled dynamic OC switcher. You would have had to go enable Curve Optimizer. Then you would have still had to go in and Curve Optimizer and try to dial in all the parameters for the Curve Optimizer. Now you don't have to do any of those things. We've done those automatically for you. And then again, you can use this as a baseline. And if you wanted to be a little bit more conservative, maybe you're in a scenario where even though we've tested tons of CPU samples and tons of cooling configurations, maybe it's a little bit more aggressive. Well, you can go ahead and dial that down. You could actually use the optimism scaler, and you could bring that down to, let's say, 90. Or if you wanted to see, could you eke out a little bit more, raise the optimism scale and go to like 105 versus like 95. So you have a lot of granularity and control in terms of how you can approach the ASUS AiOC functionality, right? So once you've done that, that's literally all you need to do. I'm just going to go ahead and click OK. And if I even wanted more performance, I could have enabled AMD EXPO, taken my memory, and be running that at 6000 MT, and even be able to get you know, even more performance. But here we're just trying to show you the ASUS AiOC functionality, right? Thanks, man. Appreciate you checking out the stream, man. Very, very cool. I'm upgrading from a 3770K to a new Ryzen 5950X. It's going to be a massive, that's not just a little upgrade, that's an exponential upgrade. I mean, every single thing you're upgrading, you're going to get more I/O, you're going to get M.2, you're going to get resizable bar, you're getting PCI Gen 5, you know, you're getting perf. I mean, there's every single thing. That's a huge upgrade. I don't know if I would have needed to jump all the way to a 7950X. I think the sweet spot for me personally, especially if you're not heavy into production workflow, the 7700X, for me, is kind of, I think, that sweet spot, especially if it's a little bit more gaming. I mean, you could argue that the 7600X, to be honest, also would be more than sufficient for gaming if you're talking about just peak IPC and frequency benefit. But yay, 7950X, if you want to jump into it, man. All right. So let's see right here. All right. So yeah, so David's like, that's like 10 times faster. I think in some scenarios it could be even more than that. Plus, there's areas that you can't even quantify, right? Like in terms of the I/O and the chipset specifications and so many other things, right? A lot of people always just want to talk about perf, but there's so many other experiential things he's getting. He's going to get better audio. He's going to get better networking. He's going to get better fan controls. He's going to get so many other just usage experience things that are going to be nice. So now that we've gone ahead and done that, you could actually check your values. I already showed you how to check them in the UEFI, but if you wanted to, open up Ryzen Master. Once you've gone ahead and opened up Ryzen Master, you would want to go into the advanced field right here. So I already was in the advanced field, and you would actually be able to see, you see how right there, it already shows you that we have the per core curve optimization in place. So you can actually see that those adjustments are already gone ahead and been triggered. So again, that's the really cool part. Normally that would have taken hours upon hours to kind of test and find those permutations, right? So now that those values have gone ahead and been tweaked and tuned, you're good to go. So I can go ahead and exit out of that, and I can go ahead and open up my Geekbench back up again. And then you would go ahead and essentially rerun your test, and you would be you pretty much would be good to go, right? So one other thing too, I'd actually want to show you right here is if we actually go here to benchmark and we actually were to run like a game, what would be like the experience? Because again, a lot of people are talking about like 95 degrees in terms of the temperature, right? Now keep in mind, there's always per-to-per variation. Ideally, you would want to probably run this at least 3 times at stock, and then 3 times at overclocked, to be able to have kind of comparable values that you can kind of average against, to be able to check against. So this is not kind of an ideal way to be able to go from a single 1-to-1 value. So just kind of keep that in mind, right? But let's see here. I'm going to be heavy into production workloads. I recently got a big boy job after college. Okay, well, congrats, man. Best to you and yours in this new job role. Hopefully everything goes fairly well. If you're going into heavy production, yeah, definitely 7950X. That's going to be an awesome part. It's really going to offer you an impressive level of performance for anything that's going to be really leveraging a lot of threads, plus bandwidth too, right? Because you got that DDR5, so really, really great, right? So I have a 5950S and an ASUS Star Hero. Then man, if you're not using it, then you want to use Dynamic OC Switcher. You want to take advantage of it. You won't have that simple option as this, as the ASUS AiOC, but you do have Dynamic OC Switcher, and you also have PBO on there. So you would, if you want to get the more out of that part, then I would at least consider enabling PBO. A 5950X is really more of a production part, and its strongest part is in multi-threaded performance, not really in frequency. But you could still get more perf out of it by at least enabling PBO and then maximizing the all threads by taking a look at the Dynamic OC Switcher functionality, right? There it's going. It's loading up. Of course, it's ramping up one of the little heavier tests there at the end, and we'll kind of see what's happening right here. And then again, like I said, I'll show you a little bit of the temperature aspect where you can see how ASUS AiOC will still be able to give you a great experience, cool and quiet. And you guys can see, I mean, you're not hearing like my system ramp up. So again, this kind of concern about it being super crazy is not really too much of a factor, right? So 21.9, right? And then 1308. Where's our score over here? Right. So you can see there, we've gone ahead and bumped up, right? So 13808, right, and 13573, right, and then 2119. That would be kind of nominal, what we'd expect right there. Like I said, core-to-core variance. On average, though, you would have this be bumped up a little bit more, right? So just kind of keep in mind that ideally that would you would see, like I said, the improvement come in a bit more as you kind of would run more loads, right, across that, right? Because that's the reason why, like I said, you want to run usually about 3 balances. So that's the important part to kind of keep in mind. And the other cool thing is, again, with the async clock generator, right, you also have the ability, you could start to bump up maybe a little bit of that bus clock frequency if you wanted to start to kind of push that up a little bit. And then we still haven't even messed around with the CoreFlex technology, which also is another way to really increase performance in more moderate or lightly balanced loads. Okay, so again, here still being in this overclock configuration, if we were to open up this and let's look at some of the temp delta right here. Oh, that's actually a good question. What did we do? We didn't do anything, but we have actually different options to be able to enable managing the experience. So one cool thing is if you are somebody that wants to be able to manage the kind of, I guess, the thermal considerations a little bit more. Once you load actually Armory Crate up within a system, we do have a one-touch toggle option that allow you to go ahead and drop into kind of what's like kind of like a more optimized power envelope mode. So the power envelope mode that you have available to you, you can go from the default power envelope to kind of a more efficient power envelope. So it's kind of like a similar, like, let's say, like eco mode. So you see right here, there's a little toggle that you have available within Armory Crate. And with Armory Crate, you could just click this button right here that goes to power saving. There's actually a little toggle that says adjust PPT for power savings. So you can actually just toggle this on or off, and it will allow you so that if I actually showed you tracking the PPT power, you would actually see they would take a little bit more and be able to operate at a lower temperature, a little bit more kind of quote unquote efficient perspective. But again, the temperature is not a factor, I think, for normal desktop use or for gaming. And keep in mind that also that the thermal wall, if you consider hot, it's not hot because it's designed to run at that temperature and actually even has more headroom in terms of if you actually use PBO, you can actually even set your thermal target for how aggressively it keeps ramping up performance to be over 95 degrees. 95 degrees is what they're rating it for essentially at stock, but it can actually even go over that, right? So we're just going to open up the benchmark. And then we're going to go back here to Ryzen Master, and you'll actually see. So right now we are running the overclock, right? But as we're running the overclock, we'll see as it's actually loading the game. Now, I should have left the GPU in here because this is going to absolutely be abysmal. It's going to be super slow running on the integrated graphics, right? But if I did actually have it running on there, you would actually see that normally if you were doing like a normal multi-threaded workload, you see the temperature's quite high. But you'll see right here, you see it's only like in the 40s. Right, it's not an issue, so it's not a factor in terms of you being super concerned. If I did put the higher performing GPU, you might have seen it boost a little bit higher in that regard overall, but it's not something super concerned to be with. Like I said, it all depends on the workload. That 95C really happens most when you're heavily loading the processor across all threads, but for a lot of users, they're not. You're going to be switching back and forth between being maybe some decompression, some web browsing, some gaming, some different stuff. So you're not usually going to be at that environment where you're going to be considering it. Now, somebody like one of the other users that talked about a perspective of running their system for production, then they would be more in that scenario. And then if they wanted to have some tuning, whether it's through PBO or maybe enabling that that power mode that I showed right here within Armory Crate, then they could go that route, right? All right. So guys, that wraps it up. So that wraps up our quick kind of overview and demonstration there on the ASUS AiOC technology. Pretty cool. Like I said, we'll have a dedicated stream that will focus just on overclocking, a little bit more structured, and kind of dive in. We'll do some stuff on EXPO, Dynamic OC Switcher, CoreFlex, a little bit of stuff on the BCLK overclocking. I might even break out maybe a water cooling kit, see if we can get a little bit more headroom out there. So maybe we'll see what we can end up doing in that regard, right? But let me just go ahead and see if there was any last kind of questions right there. Mr. Kohler, do you think there were any issues keeping the chipsets cool except for on the ProArt board in an open air case without any fans blowing over the motherboard? No, I wouldn't be concerned about that. When we do the actual thermal validation testing, it's actually in, remember, an environment where the ambient temperature that we do is 45C with relative humidity of 80C. So the actual thermal testing that we have to do to pass compliance for the board itself is quite a bit more difficult than what you would generally have in most other situations. The only time that you would have to maybe be a little bit mindful would be if maybe you have a certain part that has a specific thermal threshold limit. So an example, some SSDs sometimes have different temperature thresholds than others, but overall that really shouldn't be a factor. As far as for the board, you don't have to be concerned about the board or the componentry or running in that type of environment. Even for extended workloads or anything like that, you're going to be entirely fine. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. It's been a long one. So with that, take care, take it easy, enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully you guys will keep ASUS in mind if you're going to be considering a board for the AM5 platform. Again, if you guys have any other questions, comments, insights, feel free to go ahead and join us in our ASUS PC DIY group. It's linked in the description. It's an amazing community of like-minded fellow enthusiasts, and I'd love to have you there. You can also feel free to tag me there or find out other featured posts that we have regarding insights, tips, tricks, new products, and a whole lot more. And if this is the first time you're joining us, make sure to also check us out weekly here for our ASUS PCDI hardware live stream. So with that, guys, take care, take it easy, enjoy the rest of your day, have a great weekend, and if you're building, best of luck with your build. If you're upgrading, best of luck with your upgrades. Take care.